is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. We beseech you to have mercy upon us in this Machakos County and in our beloved country, Kenya, and your people in the whole world, all of whom are suffering due to the coronavirus disease. We pray that you give us hope and strength in the midst of hopelessness, pain, suffering, and disruption of our lives that the disease has caused us. We pray for those already afflicted by the disease and other diseases, that their health may be restored soon. We pray for the families who have lost loved ones, that you may uphold them. We pray for the doctors, nurses, clinicians, other medical personnel, the police force, the president, and all his team in the national government, the members of this assembly and the county executive, and all other people in the country who in one way or another are fighting the coronavirus disease. Strengthen them and give them the wisdom and ability to steer this beloved nation out of the hardship caused by the disease, and most of all, bless them. We pray for our ailing economy, that it may find a majestic revival for the sustenance of your people. We pray for the spiritual leaders, that they may ably pass your word of hope and healing to all mankind, and that you will deliver them from the claws of the coronavirus and all other evil. Amen. Good morning, honorable members. Just taking this time so that you can access your documents because of the special times we are in, and again also because even before the coronavirus disease, we had agreed to go paperless as much as we can. I am told most of the documents have been uploaded so that you can access them on your electronic gadgets. Is that so? Have you accessed the documents, the order paper to start with? Christopher, please make sure that the members access necessary documents. Check for the person who will assist. Honorable Ndawa, there is a seat here. Oh, okay, yes, you're right. Sit where there's a mic, even if it's up there, yeah, where there's a mic. I'm also looking for somebody to assist me with the documents. Mheshimiwa Kieti, you want to assist me? Access my document. It was put on this one. Which one is it? Order papers, honorable members, on your cell phones, on your iPods. None of you have them. Honorable Kisila. You do. And Honorable Kisila, maybe when you wish to talk, you will be coming to the front. I don't see a mic in front of that seat. Oh, okay. So members, I want to call the clerk that we start the business of this morning. Okay. So then I'll call upon the clerk that we start. Mr. Clerk?
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Proceed.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, allow me to access the communication from the computer. The way it has been saved is a little mixed up, but I am there already. Apologies, honorable members. I'll just start with what I have. There is some more documentation that's supposed to have been with the communication, but as it comes, we can start so that we save on time. And I appreciate that we started a little late, also because of the logistics of organizing the special sitting today. So good morning, members. This is on order number 2, which is communication from the chair. I welcome you, honorable members, to this extraordinary sitting of this assembly, which is also a special sitting. And honorable members, the special sitting is informed by the County Assembly of Machakos Standing Order number 26 of Order 1 and 2, which provides that whenever during a session the House stands adjourned, whether or not a day has been appointed for the next meeting, the Speaker may appoint a day for a special sitting of the House, A, on request of the Leader of Majority or the Leader of the Minority Party, and also or on the signed request by members of not less than a third of the membership of the Assembly. In short, such a request shall be addressed to the Speaker. Honorable members, the provision of the order goes further to state that the Speaker may allow a request under 1 if the Speaker is satisfied that the business proposed to be transacted is urgent or special. I was satisfied that a request made under Order 1, Suborder 1, your honorable, in each year submit the relevant plan to the County Assembly for its approval and send a copy to the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the National Treasury. Honorable members, further, Section 117 of the PFMA provides that the County Treasury shall prepare and submit to the County Executive Committee the County Fiscal Strategy Paper for approval, and the County Treasury shall submit the approved CFSP by the 28th February of each year. Further, Section 117(6) of the same Act provides that not later than 14 days after submitting the CFSP to the County Assembly shall consider and may adopt it with or without amendments. Honorable members, pursuant to these provisions, the County Assembly received the Annual Development Plan, ADP, for the financial year 2020-2021, dated 30th of August 2019, from the County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning on 2nd of September 2019. Further, honorable members, the Assembly received the CFSP for 2020 on 28th of February 2020 from the County Treasury. The Assembly, honorable members, as you are aware, adjourned on 16th of March 2020 following the outbreak of the coronavirus disease in the country and indeed which had already spread in many other parts of the whole world. And the subsequent executive order of the President and also of the Ministry of Health, advised by the WHO, it was impossible, honorable members, for you to process the ADP and the CFSP. You remember there was limited interaction, physical interaction. And for that reason, honorable members, you have been away up to today on plenary, this special sitting. And those are businesses, among others, which are gazetted, honorable members, that have called upon us to have this special sitting, even in the face of coronavirus. And that is why you notice you are only 26 of you, because you are supposed to sit on the social distance that is required by the Ministry of Health. Honorable members, these documents, ADP and CFSP, and in addition, a request that had been sent to the Assembly, which I'll also address a little later, by the CEC Finance and Economic Planning for your approval to facilitate an overdraft facility for cash flow management, or what others may call borrowing. Those are essential businesses which could not wait, and we had to have this special sitting so that you can address them. So, honorable members, in consultation with the minority and majority party leaders, I convened this meeting by the Gazette notice. On Standing Order 26.3, I am required by notice in that Gazette to notify the members of the public and also members of this assembly the date and time appointed for the special sitting. And accordingly, the special sitting is by the Gazette notice number 3264 of 21st of April 2020. Honorable members, further, Standing Order 26.4 provides that whenever the House meets for a special sitting like now, under paragraph 1 of that order, the Speaker shall specify the business to be transacted on the day or days appointed for the special sitting, and only those businesses are to be transacted. And so, honorable members, in that Gazette notice, the business that is specified is A, Machakos County Annual Development Plan for financial year 2020-2021, the Machakos County Fiscal Strategy Paper 2020, the request by the county executive to approve a short-term cash flow management facility and any other business that can be transacted in the sitting with the permission of the Speaker. So, honorable members, that is why we are here in today's sitting. My second communication, honorable members, is on the request by the county executive for extension in submitting the budget estimates for financial year 2020-2021. Honorable members, under section 129(2)A of the PFMA, the County Executive Committee member for Finance is to submit to the County Assembly the budget estimates and the supporting documents and any other bills required to implement the budget, except the finance bill, by 30th of April in the year. Further, honorable members, section 129(2)A provide that the County Executive Committee member for Finance shall ensure that the estimates submitted in subsection 129(2)A are in accordance with the resolution adopted by the County Assembly on the CFSP. Pursuant to these provisions, honorable members, the Assembly has received a request from the County Executive Committee member for Finance that they be given an extension of time to submit the budget estimates for financial year 2020-2021, and the request is in a letter dated 29th of April 2020, and it was received by the Assembly on the same day. The County Executive Committee member for Finance notes that the prevailing circumstances in the country and in the whole world of the COVID-19 have delayed the approval by the Assembly of the CFSP, and so the issue, and also Revenue Allocation Act, that is the National Assembly, has also been unable to finalize on that matter. And so the estimates could not be finalized on the time as is required by the PFMA. So, honorable members, considering the prevailing conditions highlighted, the County Committee member of Finance requests that they be granted 15 days from to date so that they can submit the estimates. So, honorable members, that request is granted, and the County Executive Committee member for Finance is required to submit the estimates before the Assembly on or before the 15th day of May 2020, honorable members. The other communication, honorable members, is on a matter that is supposed to have been handled by the Business Appropriation Committee. And the communication is as follows. Honorable members, by a letter from the County Treasury signed by the County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning and received by the Assembly on 8th of April 2020, the County Executive Committee member requested for the county's approval so that they can seek a borrowing for cash flow management. Honorable members, the details of that request have been shared amongst you in your various wards. Following that request, honorable members, the letter I received on the 13th of April 2020, and on the same date, I committed it to the Budget and Appropriation Committee and gave them a period by the 16th of April 2020 to submit their report to this House. Honorable members, subsequent to that, the committee requested an extension of time, which I granted and gave them to file a report by the 24th of April 2020. Honorable members, however, by a letter that is dated 27th of April 2020, I want to be sure because those are the documents I was asking for. I'm looking for the letter that is the last correspondence from the executive on this matter. Yes, honorable members, by a letter dated 23rd of April 2020, not 27th, by a letter dated 23rd of April 2020, which is written to the Assembly through the clerk and copied to me, the County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning wrote indicating that he had withdrawn the request which I referred to earlier, which they had written to the Assembly, and the request which is dated 8th of April 2020. And the withdrawal being by the same hand that had made the request, there's nothing that this Assembly can do but just to note that the matter is now removed from this Assembly. The County Executive, as and when it is ready, if it still is interested in the matter, will move the Assembly in the normal procedure or through the normal steps. So honorable members, note that accordingly. Finally, honorable members, on my well wishes to you, particularly in this time of anxiety, I just want to communicate to you the preparedness that the Assembly has done to ensure your safety, particularly in plenary sittings, that you should not be worried, because where you are seated, the special seating and meeting only 26 of you was for purposes of making sure that, for example, Honorable Nziva is as far as possible from Honorable Phoebe, Honorable Anastasia, and all the members for each one of you. Because all of us are suspects or they are candidates for this disease. So protect yourself and protect your family, because you don't want to get that possibility of taking it, imagine, to your family. And then, of course, to other Kenyans. And I know, members, you noted in the morning that I did a special prayer. I wrote it last night. Up to where we normally pray, I extended. This is out of my discretion, just to make sure that the Assembly and the public is aware that we are aware there is corona, and we are praying for the leaders in all respects, and for the people, and mostly those who are affected, and many who are feeling hopeless. Because we've noted some people have even attempted to commit suicide because their lives are completely disrupted. But the message I want to send to you, which you send to your people, is that there is hope, because we shall be delivered by the Almighty that we pray every morning. So, honorable members, the final issue I want to communicate on the coronavirus is that there is a committee that we formed. That is a joint effort of the national government and the county government. The national government is represented by the county commissioner, and the county government is represented by the governor and myself. And we have representatives of MCAs. I know Honorable Cosmos Masesi sits in it, Honorable Kamitu, Honorable Majority Leader. And in the executive, we have all the CECs who are in touch with the health, with the water, with all that matter that needs to be addressed under coronavirus. The county commissioner has also come with all our commanders, because there's a lot about security, about keeping people safe at this particular time, and then making sure that the little that they can get is available to them. I know top on your heads is asking where are the masks that we must be distributing to our people, and where are the sanitizers, and where is the water, and so on. Honorable members, as we struggle to do it, we've already made some arrangements for you to be supplied with a few masks. Remember, we can only afford so little as an assembly. We're also looking for sanitizers and hope that we'll be able to get also some little for you. You can take to your people, the small number you can afford to give. But we are still mobilizing resources through the office of the governor, so that well-wishers are being addressed to take the assistance to the county there. I know on Monday we have been notified. There are some donors who will be coming to give us some assistance, and for that we thank them. So if you also have contacts, members, let us not wait for the government, because this disease came at a time when the economy was at its worst. And when the economy for the national government and the county government is at its worst, your pockets are also at their worst. So let us do this. Whatever little that we can do, let us do to assist our people. Sometimes, members, you'll be called to do even voluntary service, and I know you'll be able to do that. And you've been doing it. I know you're on the grounds, sensitizing people. And those are supposed to be field work when situations are normal, but you're not being paid, as that is voluntary work, and I thank you for that, and I ask you to continue doing it. As for the welfare, and I know because the members of the public will come to you every other time, if they don't have food, they've been sacked from their job, they lost it because of coronavirus, they'll come to you. And what the Assembly Service Board can do to provide that little penny for you, it will do. Take that assurance, much as we also appreciate the very hardy times for which I ask you to bear with us. So, honorable members, let us continue keeping safe. Let us talk to the public to observe those directives, because it's for all our good and the good of this nation, Kenya. Thank you very much, honorable members. We will proceed now to the next order. Mr. Clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Proceed, please.
Order number 4, petitions.
Proceed.
Order number 5, papers.
Honorable members, under this order, I'm trying to access again the order paper. It keeps on coming and disappearing. The way the documents have been saved here is mixed up. I close one window and open another. I'm there on the paper. So, honorable members, under this order, we have two business, yes, as listed in the appendix. And the first one is by Honorable Cosmas Kieti. Yes, Honorable Cosmas Kieti.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm Cosmas Kieti, Chairman, Trend and Economic Planning. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 30th day of April, 2020. Report of the Trend, Economic Planning, Investment and Industrialization Committee on the Annual Development Plan 2020-2021. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you,
Paper
Honorable
laid.
Kieti. Can I see see the paper, Honorable Kieti, to be sure that it is. Now, what do? We still have to handle these papers. Yes, it is signed. Honorable members, why we seem to be a bit uncomfortable with the paper? The medical people tells us that the coronavirus lasts on paper for 5 days. Yes, 5 days. It likes paper that much. Honorable Cosmas will confirm that he has almost become Dr. Cosmas, right? Now, what we want to do is to handle the papers as least as possible. But remember, our secretaries who are handling them are sanitizing their hands before they touch them. So we are trying to make the place coronavirus free. Honorable Kieti, thank you. Next paper, honorable members, is being laid by Honorable Dominic Ndabuki. Honorable Dominic Ndabuki.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Honorable Dominic Ndambuki, Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 30th day of April 2020, which is a report of the Budget Committee on the County Physical Strategy Paper 2020.
Thank you, Honorable Ndabuki. Thank you. Honorable Ndabuki, I see on the order paper you are to lay another paper that is on the request by the Executive Committee member, Finance and Economic Planning, that is dated 8th of April 2020, on which I have communicated. So there will be no laying of that paper. Mr. Clerk, proceed.
Order number 6, notice of motion.
Honorable members, we have notices of motion, and the first one will be by Honorable Cosmas Kieti, and the next one by Honorable Dominic Ndambuki. Honorable Cosmas Kieti.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once again, I'm Cosmas Kieti, Chairman, Trend, Economic Planning, and the Industrialization Committee. Honorable Speaker, that aware that Section 1041 of the County Governments Act 2012 provides that a county government shall plan for the county and no public funds shall be appropriated outside a planning framework developed by the County Executive Committee and approved by the County Assembly. Aware that Section 106(2) of the same Act stipulates that county plans shall be based on the functions of the county governments as specified in the 4th schedule of the Constitution and on relevant national policies. Section 107(2) of the County Governments Act further stipulates that the county plans shall be the basis for all budgeting and spending in a county. Further, aware that Section 126(3) of the PFM Act requires the County Executives Committee member responsible for planning to submit the development plan to the County Assembly for its approval and send a copy of the, to the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the National Treasury. That the Annual Development Plan, ADP, 2020-2021 was submitted to the County Assembly by the Department of Trade, Economic Planning and Industrialization on 30th August 2019, after which it was committed to the Committee on Trade, Economic Planning, Investment and Industrialization for scrutiny and eventual approval by the House. Honorable Speaker, I wish to give notice of the motion that this House discusses and approves the report of the Trend, Economic Planning, Investment and Industrialization Committee on the Annual Development Plan 2020-2021. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kieti. Honorable Dominic Ndambuki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once again, my name is Honorable Dominic Ndambuki, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. Honorable Speaker, that aware that the County Fiscal Strategy Paper, otherwise known as CFSP, informs the county budget proposals for the year and outlines the broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide in formulation and implementation of the county budget for the coming year and the medium term. Aware that the County Treasury, pursuant to Section 117, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, is mandated to prepare and forward the fiscal strategy paper to the County Executive Committee for approval and subsequently submit the approved CFSP to the County Assembly by 28th February of each year. Noting that the 2020 Machakos County Fiscal Strategy Paper is the third in the county's plan period of 2018 to 2022, and that it was submitted to the County Assembly on 28th February 2020 and was committed to the Committee on Budget and Appropriations on 3rd March 2020. Honorable Speaker, I wish to give notice of motion that this House discusses and approves the report of the Budget Committee on the County Fiscal Strategy Paper 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndambuki. Mr. Clerk, proceed.
Order number 7, statements.
Honorable members, I'm just wondering, do we have any business on this? I'm seeing indicated as stated. Table clerks, do you have any business? As listed in the appendix, do you have any business? All right, proceed then.
Order number 8, motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, under this order we have two businesses. Sorry, one business, yes. One business by Honorable Cosmas Kieti. I can see we have order number 8 and 9, Honorable Wanamwange. So let's proceed under order 8. Honorable members, is by Honorable Cosmas Kieti. And when Honorable Kieti is at it, we agreed, Honorable members, that notices of motion and the motions are not to be prosecuted in the same sitting, but because of the special circumstances that we are operating in and the nature of the business we are transacting, we agree to allow Honorable Kieti to proceed in one sitting on the two items, on the notice and also on the motion. Do I get your approval? Thank you, thank you. Proceed, Honorable Kieti, and that will also apply to the next order for Honorable Ndambuki. Is that correct? Thank you, Honorable members. Proceed, Honorable Kieti.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that honor. I appreciate on behalf of the committee. Honorable Speaker, that aware that Section 1041 of the County Governments Act 2012 provides that a county government shall plan for the county and no public funds shall be appropriated outside a planning framework developed by the County Executive Committee and approved by the County Assembly. Aware that Section 106(2) of the same Act stipulates that county plans shall be based on the functions of the county governments as specified in the fourth schedule of the Constitution and on related national policies. Section 1072 of the County Governments Act further stipulates that the county plans shall be the basis for all budgeting and spending in a county. Further, aware that Section 126(3) of the PM Act requires the County Executive Committee member responsible for planning to submit the development plan to the County Assembly for its approval and send a copy to the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the National Treasury. Cognizant that the Annual Development Plan, ADP, 2020-2021 was submitted to the County Assembly by the Department of Trade, Economic Planning and Industrialization on 30th August 2019, after which it was committed to the Committee on Trade, Economic Planning, Investment and Industrialization for scrutiny and eventual approval by the House. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move the motion that this House discusses and approves the report of the Trade, Economic Planning, Investment and the Industrialization Committee on the Annual Development Plan 2020-2021. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Cosmas Kieti. Who is seconding your motion?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to request Honorable Ndawa to second the motion.
Honorable Ndawa. Thank you, Honorable Ndawa. Honorable Kieti, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to read the report for the Committee on Trade, Planning, Investment and Industrialization for the Annual Development Plan 2020-2021 financial year. Introduction. 1.1. Preface. Honorable Speaker, Section 104(1) of the County Governments Act 2012 provides that a county government shall plan for the county and no public funds shall be appropriated outside a planning framework developed by the County Executive Committee and approved by the County Assembly. Additionally, Section 106(2) of the same Act stipulates that county plans shall be based on the functions of the county governments as specified in the fourth schedule of the Constitution and on relevant national policies. Section 107(2) of the County Governments Act further stipulates that the county plans shall be the basis for all budgeting and spending in a county. Honorable Speaker, the Annual Development Plan is done by the department in charge of planning every year, and it is required to be submitted to the County Assembly by 1st September. It is one of the budget policy documents in the budget cycle and deals with annual county planning and borrows from the County Integrated Development Plan, CIDP, which is a 5-year development plan. It should include allocation of the project and budgetary allocations that requires public participation as per Section 106(4) of the County Governments Act, and the incorporation of non-state actors in the planning process as provided for in Section 104(4) of the same Act. Honorable Speaker, Section 163 of the PFM Act requires the County Executive Committee member responsible for planning to submit the development plan to the County Assembly for its approval and send a copy to the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the National Treasury. Further, Section 164 of the PFM Act requires the County Executive Committee member responsible for planning to publish and publicize the ADP within 7 days after its submission to the County Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the 2020-2021 financial year ADP was submitted to the County Assembly by the Department of Trade, Economic Planning, and Industrialization on 30th August 2019, after which it was committed to the Committee on Trade, Economic Planning, Investment, and Industrialization. This plan contains achievements of sectors for the financial year 2018-2019, proposed programs for financial year 2020-2021, with a clear cost estimates, set annual targets, implementing agencies, and monitoring and evaluation framework for all the programs. It was prepared through a participatory approach and complied with the county core values and the principles. It involved data collection from the county government departments and other stakeholders. The sectors incorporated views from their respective key stakeholders into their reports and ensured development priorities and the strategies were in line with the 2018-2022 CIDP. The views and the suggestions collected from the public were compiled by the County Planning Unit, CPU, Annex 1, page 118, after which the document was forwarded to the County Executive for approval and the County Assembly for adoption. The 2020-2021 ADP has provided a summary of proposed budget per sector and the program totaling to Kenya shillings 14 billion 850 thousand 850 million and 48 and 480,000. The summary
Honorable Kieti, is that clear?
is
Is there a type
14 billion. Yeah.
So we can just safely say 14.8 billion. Is
Thank
that
you.
so?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the correction. Yeah,
Yeah.
14.8 billion. The summary is covered on pages 95 to 98 of the ADP. 1-2 mandate of the committee. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Trade Planning and Industrialization is established pursuant to the second schedule of the Machakos County Assembly Standing Orders with a specific mandate on matters related to economic planning, tourism, trade, development, regulation including markets, outdoor advertising, trade licenses, excluding regulation of professions, fair trade practices and statistics, and all matters relating to the delineation and management of decentralized units, urban areas, and municipalities. Committee composition. Honorable Speaker, the committee has 13 members as follows. Cosmas Kieti, Chairperson. Honorable Anton Mulu, Vice Chairperson. Honorable Anastasia Mutuku, Member. Then the other members are Honorable Judas Dawa, Honorable Betty Zioki, Honorable Christine Koki, Honorable Joan Munao, Honorable Jospat Kasioki, Honorable Justus Katumo, Honorable Mark Mwendo, Honorable Mohamed Ali, Honorable Peter Mutiso, and Honorable Winfred Mutua. Sector derogations. Honorable Speaker, to effectively derogate the 2020-2021 ADP, the committee drew a work plan to guide the process. The work plan included sectoral derogations by respective sectoral committees of the Assembly. 3.1, Agriculture and Cooperative Development. The sector is composed of the directorates of crops, livestock, veterinary services, fisheries, and cooperative development. 3.1, overview of achievements ADP 2018 to 2019. Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 2018-2019, the county government achieved the following. 1, plowed 1,030 acres of land using the county free tractor service. 2, distributed 40 tons of free certified seeds, distributed distribution of 9,948 bags of subsidized fertilizer. 3, distributed 18,082 indigenous breeding chicks to farmers. 4, vaccinated 109,394,000 animals, and the registration of 18 new Machakos with a membership of over 4,000. Other achievements are outlined in pages 6 to 7 of the ADP. 312, Committee Observations. Honorable Speaker, during the derogation with the Chief Officer, the Committee on Agriculture observed the following. Human Resources Department only trained 21 officers out of a planned target of 374 officers. The department plowed 1,030 acres of a planned target of 8,000 acres. Many planned projects in this department were never met due to lack of a budget allocation. The department should ensure that a budget is allocated to the projects and ensure that it adheres to the budgets and avoid reallocation of budgets. 2, some targets in the department were not smart. For instance, under the chicks program and artificial insemination, the department is unable to measure how many chicks survived and also how many cattle were artificially inseminated. Using an example of cattle dips, the department should ensure that it rehabilitates the existing dips and construct others on need basis. Such a key performance indicator is measurable. The department had planned to construct office blocks, procure vehicles and motorbikes for extension of services, distribute fruit tree seedlings, among other programs. However, the department did not receive any budget allocation for the same. Members pointed out that there is need for procurement of vehicles and motorbikes for extension services, and therefore this should be considered and prioritized in the financial year 2020-2021 planning. 313, proposed projects in the ADP 2020-2021. The annual development plan, the annual development projects proposed under the Agriculture and Cooperative Development Department are highlighted on pages 18 to 36 of the ADP. Recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. 1, under Program 1 on Administration, Planning and Support Services, the department should procure 4 vehicles for extension services instead of the proposed 2 at a cost of 8 million Kenya shillings. Under the same program, the department should procure 40 motorbikes for extension services, 1 per ward at a cost of 4 million. Under sub-program 3.2 on free seeds and the fruit tree seedlings, a visibility study should be done to ensure seedlings are given to able farmers to ensure sustainability. Under sub-program 3.3, an increase of fertilizer distribution points should be considered. 5, under program 3, sub-program 3.5, an excavation of earth dams. The department should excavate 2 earth dams per ward at the indicated cost of 20 million to ensure food security and conservation of water across the county. Still under sub-program, location of the proposed irrigation scheme should be given. 6, program 6 on livestock sale yards, the department should construct 5 standard livestock sale yards. 7, under sub-program 3.7 on Kenya cereal productivity and climate resilience, productivity enhancement, a program sponsored by European Union and the IFAD, the department should submit a policy guideline showing the criteria used in identifying the beneficiaries and issuance of e-vouchers to access inputs. There is need for a policy guideline on the free tractor program. Number 9, under program 8 on slaughterhouse quality control, mapping of areas that require slaughterhouses should be done across the county. 3.2, infrastructure, energy, and ICT. This sector comprises of energy, roads, public works, and ICT subsectors. The sector provides linkages to other sectors as it is made up of economic enablers that are critical in bringing socio-economic transformation to attain the county agenda and, in turn, the Big Four agenda. 3.2.1, overview of achievements in ADP 2018-2019. Honorable Speaker, achievements reported under this sector include the 7 Kionyweni Kithini Fota roads, currently in the process of being upgraded to bitumen standards. Urban roads in the 3 municipalities are undergoing paving works, while over 1,600 kilometers and 5.4 kilometers of roads have been graded and tarmacked respectively. Other major projects including construction of 1,645 drifts, 1,075 culverts, 571 gabions, conference facility, county government offices within Matu Ward, public facility area, and the county office block are all above 50% completion status. Human resource development through training of 21 personnel out of the 374 targeted. 145 mulkamizi across markets within the county. For increased security, 278 fully functional floodlights. Other achievements under this sector have been highlighted in pages 7 to 8 of the annual development plan. 3.2.2. Proposed projects in the ADP orders in putting up the ICT equipment. C. Partner with the private sector for enhanced connectivity to try and deal with the low quality internet connectivity, especially in areas away from the main roads. D. Wide area network to enhance communication between government offices all over the county and surveillance services through installation of more CCTV cameras. And the E, creation of knowledge management system to digitize all county information held at the registry. F, implementation of communication hubs, call centers within the county. G, provision of e-government services. H, provision of citizen arms in every ward where the citizens can access online services and interact with the executive. The I, office automation to enhance internal operational efficiency. Capital and non-capital projects planned under the sector for 2020-2021 financial year have been highlighted on pages 38 to page 43 of the ADP. 323.
Point of order from Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Kieti, I can see, please go back to your seat. Don't sit on anybody's seat, Honorable Kieti. Just go to your seat. Honorable Minority Leader, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order is on standing orders number 27 to request the extension of time, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, that aware that standing orders number 27 sub 2 provides that the Speaker shall interrupt business at 12:30 p.m. for the morning sitting. Aware that standing order number 27 sub 3 provides that the House may resolve to extend its sitting time. Aware that standing order number 27 sub 4 requires motion to extend sitting time to be moved at least that minutes before the time appointed of adjournment. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion that the House resolves to extend its sitting time until the business. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
upon a-
Minority Leader.
I call upon Honorable Beatrice to second the motion.
Honorable Beatrice.
Betty.
Yeah, actually, Betty is a short form of Beatrice.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Honorable Betty. Sure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Betty, representing the great people of Masi. I stand to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Betty, alias Beatrice. Honorable members, is there any member really who would object to the extension of time? As many as of the opinion that we extend this time, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of the contrary opinion, say nay. The ayes have it. So we continue. Honorable Kieti. So honorable members, the minute you wake up from your seat, please go back to your seat. When we come back in the afternoon, sit on your seat. Don't sit on anybody else's seat. These are the special times we are living in. The seat has been sanitized just for you. Honorable Kieti.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thanks for the break. We had gone up to
3.2.3 recommendations.
yes, 3.23 recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. One, priority should be given to the completion of ongoing major projects like 7 Kionyweni and Kithini Fota roads, which are in the process of being upgraded to bitumen standards, and ensure that in future all the minor roads have adequate budget. Two, the department needs to come up with more sustainable resource mobilization strategies to complement the funding from the national government and the country's own revenue and engage more donors to fund projects. Three, under energy subsector, the department to ensure household connection with the electricity. Four, the 30 million Kenya shillings budget allocation for creation of 6,500 email addresses is unrealistic, and therefore the committee recommends that the budget be reduced to 10 million Kenya shillings. Five, the location of the bus parks should be aligned with the CIDP, which identified locations at Matu Township. 3.3, health and emergency services. This sector plays a vital role in maintaining a healthy population that is useful in helping the county realize our agenda. 3.31, overview of achievements, ADP 2018-2019. Honorable Speaker, during the sectoral interrogations by the Committee on Health and Emergency Services, it was noted that the sector established functional community hospitals, among which 15 are at an average completion rate of 80%. These include Mukunike, that is in Kanguru West, Mumandu, Kangonde, Adrifa, Masi, Mutitu, Chumbi, Kamulu, Mutituni, Biuni, Kidimani, Mongo, Ekalakala, Katulani, and Kithioko community hospitals. The sector also installed a water plant at the renal unit in Machakos, level 5 hospital. Operationalized a theater in Matu, level 4 hospital, improved response to road traffic accidents, enhanced pre-hospital care and the referral strategy through procurement of additional ambulances, other achievements. Honorable Speaker, other key developments in the health sector that have been implemented to improve access to health and provision of quality healthcare services include, I repeat, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, other key developments in the health sector that have been implemented to improve access to healthcare and the provision of quality healthcare services within the county include ongoing construction of 40 community hospitals, installation of a generator at Kangundo Level 4 Hospital, phase lifting of primary health care facilities, stock health centers, awareness creation campaigns on cancer across the 8 sub-counties, and the continued recruitment of health workers. Other achievements are highlighted on page 9 of the ADP. 3.32 proposed projects in the ADP 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the ADP highlights various projects, and this is as indicated on pages 45 to page 47 of the ADP. During the sectoral interrogation, the committee noted that the sector plans to construct 11 primary health care facilities as follows. You have a table there with the serial number column, another column for facility, and the third column is for the ward. So we have Didini at Didini, Kathukini at Muthesia, Kikesa at Ikombe, in Ikombe ward. Then we have Wondeni in Muvudi Kimakimwe ward, Kusiomuomo in Machakos Central, Katolani in Kibaoni, Wamunyu at Wamunyu, Matungulu at Matungulu West, Kitambasi at Matungulu North, Kawauni at Kangundo North, and Mua in Mua Ward. 3.3 recommendation. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that all ward projects presented by honorable members under this department be incorporated in the 2020-2021 ADP. 3.4 public administration. Honorable Speaker, entities under public administration include Office of the Governor, County Executive Committee, County Assembly, County Public Service Board, County decentralized units, forensics and inspectorate services, legal office, county image, economic planning, county treasury, revenue collection, projects delivery, monitoring and evaluation subsectors. The sector's goal is advancement of management policies for efficient functioning of the county government. 3.41, overview of achievements in ADP 2018-2019. Honorable Speaker, the ADP outlines achievements under the public administration sector as follows. 1, economic planning subsector. Roman number 1, we have prepared, they prepared 2018-2019 County Annual Progress Report. 2, they developed the County Annual Development Plan for the financial years 2019-2020. 3, they trained 371 officers on monitoring and evaluation, and 63 officers on policy formulation. 4, they developed the County Indicator Handbook 2019. 5, they developed the County Annual Development Plan for the financial year 2020-2021. 6, they sensitized CECs, COs, and advisors on development of policy documents. 7, they sensitized the County Assembly on monitoring and evaluation, M&E. And 8, they spearheaded development of monitoring and evaluation committees, COMEC, TOC, SCOMEC, and WIMEC. 2, County Treasury. They developed County Fiscal Strategies, Strategic Paper 2019. 2, they developed County Budget Review Outlook. paper for 2017-2018. 3, they developed County Frame Act 2018. 3, we have the decentralized units. They distributed 400 solid waste bins. 4, County Public Service Board. They recruited 57 health care staff under public service. 5, Legal Office. They improved provision of legal services by attending 220 cases, prosecuting 1,024 criminals, drafting new county legislation, and 23 legal officers.
Honorable Kieti, is it criminals or criminal cases? Under 5, legal office. I think it should be criminal cases. Somebody becomes a criminal if the court confirms so. Maybe some of them were dismissed. So you're grouping all of them as criminals. So let's just say criminal cases.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we can correct that to criminal cases. 6, county image. 1, they beautified Machakos County highways by installing 4 guardrails, creating recreation and rest centers, and clearing bushes along the highways. Number 7, Office of the Governor. They increased efficiency and effectiveness in public service delivery using functionality scorecard and developing project status report. 2, they enhanced transparency and accountability in service delivery by holding 80 public participation. 3, established projects delivery and monitoring and evaluation directorate. Number 8, the County Assembly. 1, they approved the first CIDP 2018 to 2022. 2, they approved the ADP 2019-2020. 3, they approved 2019 CFSP and 2019-2020 budget estimates of the county for each financial year. These achievements have been highlighted on pages 9 to 11 of the ADP. 3.42 proposed projects in the ADP 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the department's proposals for the year 2020-2021 have been highlighted from the pages 51 to 64 of the ADP. County Administration Chief Officer informed members that the process of rolling out administrative units to village level was ongoing. The department was also planning to purchase 24 utility vehicles, develop civic education program, ensure adequate budget allocation, procure office equipment, and conduct a training on need assessment. The sector also plans to construct sub-county and ward offices in the following areas. We have a table with 3 columns: serial number, project, and the location. So I go to the projects. Renovation of sub-county office, that will be done at Machakos. Construction of sub-county office in Mwala. Construction of sub-county office in Kadiani. Construction of sub-county office at Kalama. Construction of ward office in Mudwani. Construction of ward office in Mua. Construction of ward office in Metaboni. Construction of ward office at Sheleni. Construction of ward office at Kangudo East. Construction of ward office in Kibaoni. And construction of ward office in Dalani. And lastly, construction of ward office in Mudesia. 3.43 challenges. Honorable Speaker, the challenges facing the departments are as follows. 1, inadequate infrastructure. 2, lack of utility vehicles. 3, administrative structures not developed at the village. 4, lack of civic education. 5, lack of clear training needs. 6, inadequate personnel. And 7, manual reporting. 3.44 recommendation. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends as follows: that under Program 4, Sub-Program 4.1 on purchase of 7 motor vehicles for the County Public Service Board members, the county government should establish a facility for car loans for the for the County Public Service Board members. 2, under Program 8 on decentralized unit sector, the county government to fast track the appointment of the village administrators and establish village councils in all the villages within the county. The village administrators should be residents of the respective villages. 3, under Program 9 on special support programs, the county government should come up with a well-structured relief policy to factor every ward. It further recommends that the 20 million allocated for visits and support to children's homes should be used to construct children's homes and budget to support them each year. Number 4, under Program 15 on legal services, the committee recommends that the budget allocation of 70.7 million Kenya shillings be reduced to 40 million, and that million be forwarded to ensuring proper staff audit and management of the ballooning wage bill is done within the county. Number 5, under planning and economic sector, the committee recommends that the 20 million Kenya shillings allocated for carrying out research and the periodic surveys be reduced to 5 million Kenya shillings. Be scrapped. Instead, the county government should rely on Kenya National Bureau of Statistics reports. 3.5, education, youth, and the social welfare. Honorable Speaker, the sector comprises of education, youth sports, culture, and social welfare subsectors. The sector strives to provide inclusive and equitable quality education for all, development of youth through sports and talent-related activities, social support, and safeguarding cultural heritage. 3.51, overview of our achievements in the ADP 2018-2019. Honorable Speaker, the sector's achievements as presented by the Chief Officer during the 2020-2021 ADP's sectoral committee interrogations were as follows. 1, construction of 26 ECD classes. The department had targeted to construct 56 classes. The remaining classes spilled over to 2019-2020. 2, renewal of 970 teachers' contracts. 3, 10,000 learners benefited with teaching and learning materials. 4, 2,160 teachers benefited with ECD teacher CBC training. 5, 40 vocational training center capitation refurbishment, all benefited from donor grants. And lastly, 11,606 needy students benefited from issuance of bursaries. 3.52 proposed projects in the ADP 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the proposed projects as presented by the Chief Officer were as follows. 1, construction of 90 ECD classes to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities at a cost of 91 million. 2, procurement of learning materials to benefit 100,000 learners at a cost of 3 million Kenya shillings. 3, construction of 6 workshops in the vocational training centers at a cost of 22 million Kenya shillings. Lastly, registration of 40 vocational training centers with TFET and distribution of funds to the various registered institutions. The ADP gives a detailed highlight of projects on pages 66 to page 73. 3.53 observations. The committee observes that the department has since 2013 proposed to develop different policies, a sports policy among others. The committee finds that, this duplication and therefore discourages such proposals in the upcoming years and advises the executive to utilize the existing ones. 3.54 recommendations. The committee recommends that the construction of the ECD classes should go hand in hand with equipping, and therefore, the 33 million meant for developing youth policy should be utilized in this task. The committee notes that the youth policy was budgeted for in the financial year 2018-2019 financial year. Number 2, that the budget allocation for the purchase and the distribution of learning materials for the ECD classes be enhanced to 40 million, and the same distributed equally to all wards. That the department trains all the ECD staff and refute their salaries. Further, the department to ensure that each ECD center has 2 caregivers because of the nature of their work. The budget to be enhanced from 8.6 million to 15 million to cater for this. Part of this budget to be extracted from sub-program 5.8 on care subsidy for the unemployed and the homeless. Number 4, the sub-program 5.8 on care subsidy for the unemployed and the homeless with a budget of 40 million Kenya shillings be scrapped. Number 5, that the 106 million Kenya shillings meant for bursaries should be distributed equally to all the 40 wards. Number 6, the executive will work hand in hand with the county assembly to ensure that the money budgeted for Kikosa games is utilized well, and further ensure that the executive participate fully in these games and the allowances for the participants paid accordingly. Number 7, that the department refuse the salaries of caregivers and employ 2 caregivers per center. This should be done and budgeted for in the following annual development plan, 2021-2022. Number 8, that in preparations of the annual development plans for the subsequent years, a list of the children's home supported by the government and the policy guidelines on the same be attached. Number 9, on promotion of youth activities in all wards, the department to increase the amount to Kenya shillings for 10 million, translating to an allocation of Kenya shillings 250,000 per ward, and ensure at least 1 youth enterprise forum is held in each ward. Number 10, on sub-program 5.3, on the establishment of Machakos Disability Board, the department should operationalize the Machakos County Persons with Disabilities Act 2015. The Machakos Disability Board should have representation at the ward level. 3.6, land, environment, and natural resources. Honorable Speaker, this sector is tasked with enhancing sustainable use of land, natural resources, and conservation of environment, and aims at improving livelihoods through efficient administration, equitable access, secure tenure, and sustainable management of land, Environment and Natural Resources. 361, overview of our achievements, ADP 2018-2019. The county has significantly addressed the issues of landlessness that are prevalent in urban areas due to high population and urbanization through issuing of title deeds. The sector was also able to enforce compliance against pollution of environment, tree planting in order to promote forest cover, among other achievements as indicated on pages 12 of the ADP. 362, proposed projects in the ADP 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, proposed projects have been highlighted in pages 75 to 82 of the ADP. 363, recommendations. The committee recommends as follows: under land administration, whereby the department plans to secure land ownership by surveying and beaconing of 150 plots located in Machakos New Town. The committee recommends that a list of beneficiaries be provided and attached to the ADP 2020-2021 and also forwarded to the Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources. The department should come up with a policy of distribution of trees in all the wards and be able to keep the data of all the trees that survive. The county government should expedite establishment of Machakos New City, which has been allocated Kenya shillings 100 million. On solid waste management, under the acquisition of land for regional sanitary landfill allocated 60 million Kenya shillings, the department should clarify on the location of the land to be acquired. 3.7, water and irrigation. The sector comprises of 3 subsectors, that is, water, irrigation, and sanitation. The sector is mandated to ensure there is adequate and reliable supply of water, sewerage services, irrigation development, and water storage. This will be achieved through drilling, rehabilitation of boreholes, constructing earth dams, ponds, and expansion of sewer systems. 3.71, overview of achievements, ADP 2018-2019. Honorable Speaker, during this period, 2018-2019, the department achieved the following among others. 1, installed water harvesting structures and distributed 70 plastic tanks, public entities. The committee, however, noted that the ADP did not have an attachment of the public entities which benefited with the tanks. 2, constructed that small earth dams and 1 mega dam. The committee noted that locations for these projects were not provided. 3.72, proposed projects in the ADP 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the department has proposed various projects for financial year 2020-2021 that have been provided from pages 83 to 86. 3.73, recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that under Program 1, the ongoing projects of distributing and installation of tanks and water harvesting structures should be distributed evenly all over the county and in all the wards. 2, that the list of beneficiary markets whereby elevated steel tanks will be installed should be provided to the Committee on Trend, Planning, and Industrialization for record and accountability purposes. 3, under Subprogram 1.2 on rehabilitation, maintenance, and the construction of water sources, the ongoing project on rehabilitation of 6 other dams should have locations attached and submitted to the Trend Economic Planning Committee for records and accountability. 4, the other dams to be excavated under Agriculture Department on page 38 should be merged with the ones in the Department of Water and Irrigation, and these projects should be under one department. On number 5, on program 3, on sewerage systems and sanitation management, the 50 million Kenya shillings allocation of making new to the existing sewer system did not indicate the target, name of the sewer, and the location. 3.8, commercial, tourism, and labor affairs. This sector comprises of the trend, industrialization, investment, tourism, and labor affairs subsectors. 3.81, overview of achievements, ADP 2018-2019. The sector achievements have been highlighted from pages 13 to 14 of the ADP. 3.82, proposed projects in the ADP 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the sector projects for the financial year 2020-2021 have been highlighted on pages 87 to 94. 3.83, observations. The department should allocate funds to facilitate a human resource staff audit, and this will ensure efficiency and effectiveness in managing the labor workforce. 3.84, recommendations. Under Program 2 on investment and industrialization subsector, the committee recommends that the 20 Juakali sheds to be constructed at a cost of that 7 million Kenya shillings be distributed equally in 20 wards. The remaining wards to be planned for in the following financial year 2021-2022. Number 2, the department plans to train individuals and the groups on business development and management skills at a cost of 2 million Kenya shillings. The committee recommends that department comes up with a policy on training of groups and individuals. 3, on sub-program 1.5 on increasing access to credit through issuance of joint loans, the County Assembly should expedite the approval of Machakos County Cooperative Enterprise Development Fund Bill of 2019. 4.0, challenges experienced during implementation of the previous ADP 2018-2019. Honorable Speaker, the implementation of the 2018-2019 ADP was largely successful, although several challenges were encountered, which included, or these were, 1, delays in disbursement of national government allocation, 2, shortfalls in the count on revenue collection, 3, political interference in implementation of projects, and 4, climate change, 5, frequent outbreak of crop and livestock pests and diseases. 5.0, general recommendations. The county executive considers contracting machinery for grading of roads and excavation of dams, and also outsource borehole drilling and equipping to ensure quality work. 2, there should be a clear procedure for identifying location and the beneficiaries of all donor-funded projects. 3, the county executive should adopt a vibrant monitoring and evaluation mechanism to ensure better reporting on achievements of projects. 4, the department should fast track the formulation of the ICT policy. 5, under Program 2 on KUSIP, members appreciated the progress of programs and the quality of work done. The committee thanks the World Bank and recommends that future funding should be well utilized and the beneficiaries of the World Bank be excluded from World Fund. 6, the committee observes that the ADP does not show the specific locations where most of the projects will be done. In view of this, the committee has provided a list of projects per ward, which shows the preferred locations for such projects. That is Annex 5. The committee therefore recommends that all the provided projects be incorporated in the ADP 2020-2021. Number 7, the executive to ensure that the monitoring and evaluation committees at ward and sub-county levels are active in reporting to the monitoring and evaluation chairpersons in each department. All committees need to be operationalized so that the gaps are identified. And this will ensure that accurate reporting from the ground is done on time. Number 8, public participation by the executive and later by the assembly is monotonous and a waste of resources and time. The committee notes that after the executive carries out the exercise, the assembly goes for the second time to confirm the views earlier collected by the executive. The committee recommends a collaboration between the county secretary and the clerk of the county assembly in conducting public participation as provided in the Machakos County Public Participation Act of 2014, Part 2, Section 5. The count or the CS and the clerk should formulate guidelines which ensure joint public participation, as this will save time and encourage prudent use of public funds. 6.0, acknowledgement. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank all the honorable members of the committee for their commitment in executing the committee's mandate. Further, the committee extends its appreciation to the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for facilitating its activities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kieti, for the presentation of the paper. And honorable members, I now propose the question that this House discusses and approves the report of the Trade, Economic, Planning and Investment, that this House discusses and approves the report of the Trade, Economic, Planning, Investment and Industrialization Committee on the Annual Development Plan 2020-2021. Honorable members, I now invite you to debate the motion. Honorable Ndambuki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Dominic Ndambuki, representing Kathiani Central Ward. Honorable Speaker, allow me to first applaud the Committee on Trade and Economic Planning for the quite intensive job that they've done in coming up with this crucial document that will inform the budget proposals for financial year 2020-2021. And Honorable Speaker, I have 3 key issues as I support the report that I wish to pick up from the report. Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of KUSIP that Honorable Kieti has mentioned, and it's good that the department that deals with urban planning has come up with spatial plans for areas that are becoming urban centers with growing populations. Honorable Speaker, it is good that we also look at other areas, other towns that have become sub-county headquarters whose population has grown, and Honorable Speaker, that do not have some of these basic, that require some of these basic services. Take, for example, Honorable Speaker, sewerage systems. For example, an area that I represent, that is Kathiani, which is headquarters of Kathiani sub-county, Madam Speaker, and it is one of the urban areas that are fast growing. Another area that neighbors Kathiani is Mitaboni, that is equally growing up very fast like Kathiani, lack some of these basic services that I've mentioned. It is good that KUSIP is coming in, and we thank World Bank and request that that department that deals with urban planning extends their services to these other towns. Madam Speaker, there is a motion that was tabled before this House on the same, and we appreciate the efforts that the executive is doing. It would be our wish that we see this happening very soon, so that as these towns grow, then we take, the growth takes advantage of these services, so that we also don't get a drawback as the towns expand. Then we start maybe bringing some houses down to take care of such things. Honorable Speaker, under Department of Education, there is an issue that has been brought up, an issue to do with some funds meant to benefit the youth. Honorable Speaker, if my memory serves me right, in the current financial year, there is an issue that the CEO in charge of youth and sports came before the Committee of Culture and Sports and said that they have programs lined up for the youth where they want to nurture talents. Madam Speaker, from where I represent, I have not seen any of such activities happening. Again, this is being lined up as documented in the ADP. It should be prudent that that department, operationalizes those activities so that they can benefit our people. We have seen the likes of Cosmas Ndeti and others, and Patrick Macau and others, coming up from Machakos County and being sportsmen or sportswomen who have put our country on the global map. We want to nurture those talents so that our people can also have alternative source of income. We've seen sportsmen and sportswomen making it in life and using those talents as their sources of income. Madam Speaker, if this department takes this seriously, then we will equip our people and we will nurture these talents. Something else, Madam Speaker, is on ECDE. Notable development. We have constructed quite a number of ECDE. However, Madam Speaker, if we want to present that something that is wholesome, then we need to think about the issue of equipping these ECDE centers, not just constructing them. Because it's good to construct, and I appreciate that that is the starting point. But then again, now, Madam Speaker, we also need to come up with a way that we need to equip these ECDE centers. I remember Honorable Angela at one point brought a motion before this House where she suggested that the county government of Machakos comes up with a model ECDE center in each ward where they equip the ECDE center with the learning modules for our kids. If this could be extended to all the ECDE centers that we have so far constructed since the inception of the devolved units, then we will be making some strides in the forward direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndambuki, and maybe just to throw the question back to you, you have contributed very elaborately, particularly on the COSUP and also natural youth talents. I just wonder, maybe you may need to find out with the table office whether we have any county legislation on nurturing youth talents in the county, and then in that legislation, if it is there, whether we have a provision for even setting up a county center for nurturing talents of the youth, because we have so many of them who are talented. If they can be handled in a structured manner, we can even turn out to be now the providers of the sports people and any other kind of talent that we can grow. So that is
a duty you have invited upon yourself by vision, and any assistance that needs to be given to you will be given to you. Particularly if you find there's no legislation, then you need to run quickly and bring a proposal here. They can assist you originate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Much obliged.
Thank you, Honorable Ndambuki, Honorable Ndawa. Honorable members, we will be able to, yes, you will have the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are somehow disturbed by this new life.
The lights, which ones?
Not light, new life.
Oh, this kind of life of
Yes,
talking
yes,
with your
yes,
mouth
yes.
closed.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In fact, it is preventing.
Yes, it is disturbing,
it
but
is-
we have
it
to
is
live with it.
It is preventing corona, but it's also causing something called asphyxia. Medical term. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity also to give my input on the report which has been tabled by our able chair, Honorable Kieti. Madam Speaker, I happen to sit in that committee, and I want to congratulate the committee for the good job. The report is self-explanatory, Madam Speaker. It has tackled every department and has given recommendation as per department. So, Madam Speaker, starting with Department of Agriculture, we have seen what the executive is doing. It has highlighted how many chicks they have given to farmers, how many animals vaccinated. Madam Speaker, what we would request, this is a good initiative, but we need to have a follow-up after distributing the chicks. We should also be going back to see how many chicks have survived out of the many we gave. If we gave about 1,000, later we need to know out of the 1,000, how many have succeeded. We may continue giving out chicks, no fallout. At the end of the day, we find all the chicks are dying. So I would request the chair on agriculture to consider that. The issue of insemination, we also need to find out. You can take that, you can fertilize that cow, how you can immunize that cow, but we don't have a follow-up. If you put that seeding in a cow, how many, after the exercise, how many have succeeded? Because some may not succeed. So the chairman on agriculture and his team should also be giving us a report on what is happening. Madam Chair, on the issue of education, we have constructed so many ECDs according to the report we are getting. And the report that is being tabled by the Committee on Planning, it is from the executive. That is what has been provided by the executive. From the ECD classrooms that we are constructing, we also need to know how many kids per institution. We may construct a class where there are only 8 kids. And we have another facility elsewhere which has 8 kids, and they are all in one classroom. So, Madam Speaker, I would request that the Department of Education should also give priority as per need basis, not just spreading evenly without considering the number of kids who are going to be studying that classroom. The other thing that, Madam Speaker, I would request, NDV is an extract from the CIDP. And most of the projects are appearing in this CIDP have appeared in other previous NDPs. But they have not been able to be done. They are not being done. So I would request, Madam Speaker, once we approve this NDP, We would request the executive to ensure that whatever we pass here, it is implemented to the latter. We cannot keep on mark timing. Madam Speaker, when I talk of mark timing, it is whereby an officer will be just throwing legs, not going backward, not going forward. He's just at standstill. So once we give a project, let it be done. There is a project which was given the report about Matu Bus Park. Matu Bus Park was in the last assembly CIDP. Before I came, it was there. My predecessor, the MCO, was there before me. And given that project as a priority, and it appeared in NDP. When I came, 2018, 2019, I gave it as a priority. 2019, 2020, I gave it again as a priority. And now I'm also promoting it. How many times should the project appear in NDP to be implemented, Madam Speaker? I said some times back, a difference exists between means and not. All resolutions. If we resolve something and it is not implemented, that one now turns to be notes, and we should stop writing notes or taking notes in this assembly.
Honorable Ndawa, do you want me to throw back the question to you? Who is supposed to ensure implementation is done other than this house? Are you saying you are sleeping on your job? Members, I just want to appreciate that. Because yes, you approve this, you approve the budgets. Honorable Ndawa, you don't even need to sit down, but just a thought. And not to you only, of course, the house. You approve the ADP, you approve the budget, year in, year out. Who is supposed to check whether implementation is done but the assembly? Members. And it is you who will go back to the people like that Matu bus park. And I think we even debated in a motion where we also approved a bus park for Masi, for Matu, for those centers that are really coming up. So we're supposed to ensure that you are supposed to summon the officers who are supposed to be implementing and ask them, why have you not done it? And do the necessary. It is us who are failing, isn't it? So then maybe with this one we will wake up so that we can ensure that the executive implements, okay? Yeah. It's good you are discussing it here so that all of you can do the soul searching.
Thank you.
Yes.
Then the other issue, Madam Speaker, I don't want to repeat what my colleague has said, but I believe before we dispersed last time, there is a statement which was sought here about creation of new municipalities within Machakos County. Madam Speaker, the same was referred to Honorable Kisini's committee, that is Committee on Land Energy. And I believe they are working. It is my humble request, since they are talking about the land, but the markets themselves belong to the Committee on Trade and Planning. It is my humble request that, Madam Chair, you also incorporate Trade Planning Committee to work jointly with Committee on Energy, because the Committee of Planning, it is also interested to affected party of the same.
Honorable Ndawa, you can bring that as a request in the normal manner, because I can't capture it now.
Thank you,
I can't act on that now in this scenario. It's a valid point. Just get away. They will advise you how you can bring it up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm well advised. Then, Madam Speaker, and because I don't want to take much of your time or much of the House time, I know there is the issue of the curfew. If we delay, we might not reach our homes. Madam Speaker, the recommendations that are in the general recommendations are very clear. Since some projects are not specified in ADP, the chairperson of the committee have attached a list of the projects which need to be done as per award. So we request the implementers of this NDP to ensure that they consider the request of the honorable members from respective wards, so that at least we have equal distribution of projects within the 40 wards. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the NDP and request other honorable members to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bawa. Honorable members, I'll give you the opportunity, Honorable Kisila, and then don't be so long. I want us to agree, members, that we can finish with this one, we pass, we take a short break for lunch, we come back and finalize the other motion. Because we must be all out of here by 3:30. Yes. So don't take so much time. Honorable Kisila. Yes.
Madam Speaker, my name is Mheshimiwa Brian Kisila, representing the people of Mwala. First, before I make my contribution, I'd like you to send to you, to give you a special message to our daughter, Dr. Mercy Mwangangi. Please, I'd like you to convey our sincere gratitude to the way she's handling the COVID. It's, she's becoming a celebrity. She's becoming a celebrity,
Wait,
and we need to appreciate.
Kisila, I'll do it, and I'll ask her one of these days to come and
Please.
greet you from a distance.
She's becoming, we didn't know what CS actually do, but actually she's actually turned out to be a very well articulate, intelligent girl from our area. And we need to appreciate kind people. And please tell her that she needs to keep it up. We need good people and good servants who are doing their job properly, like the way she's doing. And we are very proud that she's your daughter also. So
She is.
it's good to have.
She is your daughter.
Yes.
Your daughter.
I said she's our daughter first. First I said she's our daughter, but later I said now she's your daughter. And we are, as a family friend of that family, I'm very proud of her. I'll be very brief. I'm a member of this committee. I don't know why, Chairman, you left me out my name. You can just correct that. Number two, Madam Speaker, we have an issue of a few issues here. And the department I want to pick is the Department of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, we are not seeing anything happening out of the department. I want to be honest. We need to start evaluating departments. Okay, if we look at Department of Roads, there's something going on. But there's a department called Department of Agriculture. If you look at it, things we plan with it, apart from locusts and the seeds, I do not see that department performing the role it is supposed to perform. And I cannot see Honorable Meta here. Yeah, she is here. It is a very serious issue. We need the CEC agriculture to start implementing some of the things you talk about. You talked about cattle dips. We have been talking about cattle dips in the last 2 years. None, even one, has been done. I come from Mwala, where cattle is our livelihood. But giving seedlings, anybody can give seedlings. We need this department either to start working.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Whip wishes to inform Honorable
Yeah.
Gislo.
My name is Tariq Mulate Mwema, Honorable Member from Masinga Central. I would like to inform Honorable Member that on cattle dips, this department advertised, but nobody turned out to take those departments. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, that is not an answer. That is not an answer. To me, if you advertise, how many adverts are we putting and projects are being done? It's up to the CEC and his chief officer to ensure if people don't turn up, what is the next step? You advertise next. So my brother, Chief Whip, please do not defend a laxity. And now we are going the last 2 years and we are going to be very tough. Because if we are going to be passing money in our budgets, and the chairman budget is here, we allocated agriculture department money. But are we seeing anything? The answer is no. For Mwala, we need cattle dips to be revived. Honorable Mulu Motesia constructed over 100 cattle dips in Mwala sub-county. All of them have stalled. We only need them to be rehabilitated and our people to start using them. Madam Speaker, you told me to be very fast. And the second one is on staff audit. Again, Madam Speaker, very soon we are going to become, and I like the challenge you have given us. Let us not continue talking. Let us now move to action. If staff audit has to be done, let us demand it to be done. We allocate money. Because these staff are using money, which excess staff are using money which is supposed to be there for development. And I'm very happy we have requested for money to be allocated for a serious staff audit. Not just staff audit, but also workload analysis. You can go to a market and find 50 sweepers in a small market like Mwala, when ideally you only need 5. They need to be reallocated. Machakos County Cooperative Enterprise Bill. Madam Speaker, we need to speed up that so that we can allocate money. And I'm happy we have recommended, and Chairman Ankracha is here. Let us pass that bill so that we can allocate funds to our Nainji. They need it. Joint public participation. Yes. We have been wasting funds, executive going to the ground, even us going to the ground. There's a lot of monotony. That, I think we should make a conclusion and ensure we do only once. Madam Speaker, my last point is projects needs to be implemented. And there is a house, this house works through committees. And as much as we are saying things are not being done, if committees are not going to work, then it is us who are failing. Every department has a committee, and we also have a house implementation committee, which needs to oversee and ensure the projects we are recommending are being done. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I think I stand to support the motion. And let us move from, there is a popular Kama saying which says, Bange kamedio matagneka.
Now, Honorable Kisila.
I can translate. It means those who continue saying we are going to do, we have found that they did not do anything. Let us transform this assembly to become an action-oriented assembly. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Kisila. Honorable Mita.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to give my contributions. I also want to thank the committee under the leadership of Honorable Cosmas Kieti for an elaborative report they have brought to the House. Honorable Speaker, I want to take Honorable Kisila's challenge positively and also inform him that from what we have read on agriculture, Madam Speaker, yes, we have given our views as committee on agriculture. Issue of cattle dips has been a problem, Madam Speaker, because I remember I'm actually the one who brought the motion, and this House passed that at least each ward, either we rehabilitate a cattle dip or we construct a new one. And Madam Speaker, it's clear that the issue of cattle dip up to date has not been taken care of. 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, in one of our online committees, we interrogated the same Honorable Speaker because the fact of the matter, what we received from our Chief Officer, Honorable Speaker, is that they would want to reallocate funds meant for cattle dip to rehabilitation of at the river slaughterhouse. And Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we have invited the Chief Officer to explain to us how money or funds meant for cattle dips can be transferred for another function, Madam Speaker, because from our own observation, Madam Speaker, yes, we pass budgets as House, itemized budget, but Madam Speaker, when it reaches to the other department, other side, they reallocate or they spend the monies on issues which were not handled or else authorized by this Honorable House. So, Honorable Kisila, we are pushing that issue of cattle dips, and I want to state it very clear that, Honorable Speaker, the money which was passed for cattle dips must go for cattle dips projects. He or she will explain to us how money allocated for this project can be spent on another project. To us, it's an illegality, Honorable Speaker. Again, we have noted that we are actually victims of, I'm trying to look for that sentence, but Madam Speaker, in general, we have realized that we have a problem, Madam Speaker, on the way we do our things because we are not smart in courts. I think whoever was doing the report could have actually captured what we meant by smart. Madam Speaker, we are not specific, we are not measurable, we are not achievable, we are not relevant, and we have problem with time. We are not time-based, Madam Speaker. That's why Honorable Ndawa could talk of something which was passed in the previous assembly, and up to date, Madam Speaker, we are still chasing it. So, Honorable Speaker, yes, we are trying to bite. We have not reached where we would want to be, but we are facing some sort of stumbling blocks, which sometimes they are beyond our control because, Madam Speaker, we are passing issues, we are calling these chief officers to come and explain some issues to committees, and at times they are not coming, Madam Speaker, or else they are not attending. But as you have challenged us, we'll take that challenge positively and will not tire on pushing the executive to implement issues which are being passed by this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mita. Honorable Angela, Honorable Angela, let me have the deputy, let me have the whip. Then the deputy majority, then Honorable Angela. I'll give you honorable members an opportunity to comment. Only that we be brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine will be very short. First, I congratulate the committee and the chairmanship of Honorable Kieti. Madam Speaker, I'll start with the Health Department. I think it's on page 10. And there are some, he's talking about the health centers, Madam Speaker, the community health centers. And they are saying it's on 80% completion. Madam Speaker, one of the hospitals there, Kangonde, this hospital is going on now, I think this is the 4th year. And I think monies have been allocated to these facilities all the time. Even previous budget year, I think it was also allocated. And we are talking about facilities which keep our people health. So I don't know what this department is doing about these hospitals. I remember when we had a handshake with our governor, Honorable Kitengu and Honorable Mbuva of Metaboni, we allocated dispensaries, but they were scratched, saying that they want to finish these hospitals first so that they can come to these dispensaries. But until now, it's like nothing is happening on these departments. Finally, I will go to page 16, Madam Speaker, and I want to talk about one department or estate which I know nobody will care about it here, and I want to talk about it. And it is on, Education Department, and it is on recommendation number 10. And I'll just read it quickly. On SP 5.3, on the establishment of Machakos Disability Board, the department should operationalize the Machakos County Persons Living with Disability Act 2015. The Machakos Disability Board should have representation at the ward level. Madam Speaker, Honorable House, these people living with disability, they have been ignored totally, and you'll agree with me. I have several who are participating in, I think, sports or something. They was telling me Honorable Katumo is spending his money to pay for their passports, to pay their tickets from various villages to come and accompany him to go and play. Like last time, I think they went to play in Morocco or somewhere, and they won. They were supposed to go to other countries. And these people, they are forgotten there. Nobody to take care of them. All this education, you will see, Kipchonge going to Inos. He sponsored, even I think he went with a private jet or something. And these people, talented people, they are forgotten in the villages when they have a lot of talent and all that. So I'm just appealing to this department that they can start this, they can operationalize this act, and these people, they start getting their stake from the county government. One of them was just telling me, he met with another colleague, I think from another county, and they were telling them how the county was helping them. So this particular young guy was sending me to the governor. Actually, he doesn't know how it works. And also myself, I don't know how it works very well. So I urge the Department of Education to really see to it that these people living with disability, they really get what they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mita. Sorry, Honorable Mulatia. Honorable, my mind is stuck at one point there. But now it is Honorable Mulatia. Sorry for that hitch. Honorable Kitengu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Kitengu, member for Kiva Ward and the Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, I'd like also to start with the Health Department as well. And Honorable Speaker, I must say that we have in our county, we have the health centers and we have our dispensaries. Honorable Speaker, I can see the Department of Health, and we have the chair, and we also have the CEC Health. We also have the chief officers, but they have a plan. I've seen that they have a good plan. But Honorable Speaker, my call is, can this department first equip the existing dispensaries, existing healthcare with those essential facilities? For example, Honorable Speaker, you realize like some of the area are marginalized, like in my ward that we have a dispensary at a place called Chondoni. There's no lamp. What they do is just they come and they will just the nurse will just ask you what you are feeling and all that, and then you will be just one nurse, and then you will be given some templates. But if they equip even with the laboratories so that they can be able to take some tests to our patients, and then from there they can be able to know exactly, I will refer you to this level 3, I will refer you to level 4, so that you can be treated this illness. So, Honorable Speaker, it's my call that before continue of planning to do other things, they first equip what we want, because what we want is to take care of our people of Machakos County. Then on COMEC, Honorable Speaker, I must appreciate the department is doing a good job on spatial planning, and actually they're planning those to improve the towns, maybe to urban areas. But I want to give my sentiment that it's also good that we also have even the market get spatial plan, so that we can be able also, once we get the donors who can be able to finance and improve our markets, also we can include them, because this benefits other counties. But in Machakos also, we have been working with municipalities, and now we have gone down to towns, and I must say, I must appreciate the department, because I also got 2 on spatial planning where I have Kidioko and Kiva. But we need to also to toe down whereby we can be able to get a spatial plan for a market, so that we can be able to improve. Then the other thing is on CIDP, Honorable Speaker. When we came to this assembly, we prepared a CIDP. And in each financial year, we have been extracting ADP. And I remember when we had some differences with the executive, I remember the cry of executive was, let's pass the CIDP so that we can implement all the projects. But Honorable Speaker, we gave out everything, and if it's about the budget, the executive is bringing it to this house so that we can pass. Honorable Speaker, I would request this honorable house, we have all the chairs of each department in this house, and each department has got chief officer, has got the CEC. Can we be able to give out the budget as this honorable house as per their implementation of the CIDP we have? Because if we have the ADP for the last financial year, now we are preparing for another one. And the same projects are repeating itself. So that means that there's nothing going on. So what we do, what I requested this honorable house to do is, we make sure that we give out the budget as per the implementation. If certain department, for example, agriculture has not done its job, why will you earn another, why will you give another more money in a different budget? You just have to tell you have not implemented the last ADP, so we are not going to give you. In this one, the road department has done this much, so we are going to remove this money and put it on the road, because they are the one who knows how to implement their projects, instead of now all the time repeating the NDP. And we have the CIDP which guides we have the CIDP which guides the NDP. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I must thank the committee has done a good job. Asante.
Thank you, Honorable Kitengo. Honorable Angela, I'll come to you, honorable members. I can see you, Mheshimiwa Mutinda. You are not behind a wall. I am seeing very well. I'll get you. I'll get you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is going to be very brief, and I would like to start with commending the committee for coming up with a report which is so comprehensive and very well thought of, and recommendations very well articulated. But Madam Speaker, there is a saying that when a snail finds blisters in its house, it changes house. Why do we stay? We are every day here coming to discuss about implementations of projects, about constructions of ECD centers, employment of ECD teachers, youth empowerment, and all those. And every time that we come and discuss those issues in this assembly, we sort of send blame to the executive, or blame this committee or the other committee. Supposing, Madam Speaker, we change the way we do things, come together with the executive, come up with projects together with the executive, and instead of allowing them to bring for us projects, we do those projects together, we allocate funds, so that at the point of implementation, I wish Honorable Speaker, we could co-opt Honorable Kisila in the implementation committee. He always finds it not doing much. But just like any other committee, Honorable Speaker, the implementation committee sits, writes recommendations, brings them forward, nothing happens. So, Madam Speaker, I wish we would change the way we do things. And instead of sending blame games here and there, we work together. Things like agriculture. We have people on the ground, we have constituents who are very willing to even offer free services to help us with agricultural projects on the ground. If we could come and cry out to them, they would come and give us modern ways of agriculture. Like, for example, if we want to do, maybe if we are raising cows, Honorable Kisila has a neighbor who used to breed very many cows, and her project was very successful. If we could learn from people who are already doing such projects, teach others, and even if one farmer will have only one grade cow, it will be more productive than 10 cows which they have, and when the drought comes, they all die. Because simply there's nobody taking them through a process of how to rear cows, how to rear goats, how to do drip irrigation, modern agricultural projects. We have people on the ground, and if honorable members could share ideas, come together and get people in their constituents, even outside their constituents, they can advise us on how to go ahead with our projects, so that where we have a shortage of staff, where we have ward administrators who cannot implement, we get them trained and shown how to do things better. Because unless we come together, do things together, it will never help us to keep on writing reports on what has been done, what has not been done, how it can be done better. Then there is no implementation. Madam Speaker, my recommendation is that we work closely with the executive. These ideas we are sharing here, we share with them, so that as we get them implemented, we work together as a team and ensure that the funds allocated to certain projects are utilized in a proper way. We allocated funds for the construction of an airport, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if that airport has ever taken off. If those funds could be diverted to projects that can enhance our ECDs, our agriculture sector, a sector that has a direct impact on the mwananchi, because I'm sure the government is going to cut down on budgets very soon. And when it does, we will be left helpless, because we will say now there's no money for this, there's no money for that. On top of that, Madam Speaker, let's also try and source for funding through non-government organizations, because those non-government organizations are there. And if we could even come together as a team, share ideas on how to draw proposals, we can make Machakos a different place to be in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Angela. I was just trying really to get what you're trying to say. And I'm hoping that you're not saying that you be implementers, because there is the principle of separation of powers. Okay, yeah, that's good, as long as we understand that it is the executive that implements. You are to oversee the implementation. And the laws are so clear. If you use them properly, you will be very effective and you give services to the people. I will ask Minority Leader and then Honorable Mutinda and Honorable Christine, as a way of winding up members. Yes, because we have the other report. But please, members, just be brief, I know, so that we can have, especially on gender issue, I want to see a number of the lady MCAs, because they want to contribute. Yes, Honorable Kamitu, Honorable Mutinda, Honorable Christine, then Honorable Anastasia, in that order. Honorable members.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. I'm Alex Kamitu, MC Talaud and leader of minority in this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I want to make a form of a summary, and on this regard, I would also first like to congratulate the chair for trade for this wonderful report he has given us in regard to the ADP. And when I'm saying that I want to give a summary, Madam Speaker, it is also very important for honorable members of this House to know that departments were devolved to the counties, and that relates, Madam Speaker, to the several committees that we have in this House. So my humble request is that the chairs of the committees, because when I'm talking about the chairs and their committee members in relationship to the ADP, it is that the chair should be concerned very mostly when they call the chief officers from the executive in regard to the booklet of the ADP that we were given. It will be very easy for the chairs and their committees to interrogate and to follow the ADPs, the project that the ADP are highlighting, in a sense that they will not be out from their projection, because every department has its specific commitments in regard to every department. Madam Speaker, why am I saying this? For example, there are some projects which have been highlighted that were carried out in 2018, 2019 ADP. Others are 2020 to 2021. And before we go to 2021, our questions would be, as what Madam Nazia said, have we implemented, or the executive, the executive implemented projects that were supposed to have been carried out in 2018, 2019? Because why should we be having reports of 2018 or coming up now to write another ADP of 2020, 2021, while most of these projects were not carried out, for example, in 2018, 2019, or 2019, 2020? So, Madam Speaker, on that aspect, let me give some examples, for example, that I have just taken one department, the infrastructure, that is energy and ICT. And I'm giving out a good example because I was here in the previous first assembly in regard to the CCTVs that were carried out or came out as projects. Some of the CCTVs in various towns like Matu, Tala, they are not in use, Madam Speaker, as we are talking. So I'm saying the respective committees now should sit down and give out a summaries of those projects that were not carried out in 2018, 2019, so that we are seen as a county, as an assembly. We are moving forward in regard to the ADPs that were identified in 2018, and they have not been carried out. And a good example, there are some projects, Madam Speaker, that up to now, they are termed as stalled projects. Why should they be stalled? So we should not be going for other projects. We should not be identifying other projects while we have not finished with those projects that were not carried out on those years. Now, when we come to ICT, Madam Speaker, I want to highlight of issues that are economically, and as we are moving forward, the county has got to partner with the private sector in regard to connectivity of internet. Why am I saying this? Madam Speaker, as we are talking, you heard of the Minister for Education. He was talking of online education. And we have got schools in our rural areas where we don't have those connectivity of internet and the like. So you will find a student or a school which is based in an urban area they would have an advantage of a school that that is based in a rural area where we don't have this connectivity. So on that regard, Madam Speaker, it is important, as the committee is concerned for ICTs, they should sit down and summarize and see exactly what they are supposed to partner with. That is the assembly and the various departments. Otherwise, that is all I have, Madam Speaker, because some of these areas have been touched by other, the other members have talked about it. So that is my contribution for today. Otherwise, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Committee. Honorable Mutinda, a quick one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. My name is Honorable Thomas Mutinda, member of County Assembly, Wamonyo Ward. Madam Speaker, I start by thanking the committee for the good work done. And Madam Speaker say that when you see these things like this issue of agriculture, the artificial insemination services is something which this house passed some times back, and nothing is happening. Now, we are here, and it's good that we are here planning. But, Madam Speaker, it's also good that when we plan, whatever we plan is followed and executed. Because now, about 2 years, that AI services have not been implemented, and we passed in this house. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is on dips. Get on dips, we were requested to bring list of dips which we want prepared. And we need public participation, and the public is expecting the dips to be provided, to be rehabilitated. And nothing is happening. That is a forgotten story. So, Madam Speaker, I think I request you help us in this, and this house...
Honorable Kisila, you're breaching the protocols on distancing. It's not like before. So you will talk to Honorable Mita from a distance. In fact, in these sittings, there is no movement allowed. The only movement is to outside. No, I'm saying yes, you can, but now the problem is the distancing. Maybe you sit on that seat and then, now how will you do it? You can write a note and pass over to him. So don't go to your other members to interact. Honorable Mutinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that order, because we have to take precautions. Madam Speaker, the issue of dips, get on dips, we were requested to bring 2 each ward. And that has now been a forgotten story, and we need public participation. So the citizenry is waiting for the dips, and now we have no answer for that. So, Madam Speaker, help us achieve these dips so that our cattle can be safe as we do agriculture.
Mutinda, please don't put that on record. Not me to help you. It is you to help yourself.
Yeah, it's the Speaker and the whole House.
People, you meet the electorate every day. What do you tell them? You are representing them.
Yes.
You are oversighting. And then here you are without now seeking. Every member here is talking about implementation. What happens? What goes wrong? What goes wrong? It is you people who are meeting the people. Of course, they also take me as an MCA because they tell me, yes, I am. Yes. They want to know what is happening. And I tell them, yes, I tell my members of the assembly, those you elected, to make sure the things are implemented. So I throw the ball again to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, there is the issue of seeds, grass seeds for farmers, which have not been mentioned, and I think, Madam Speaker, it's important that they are mentioned so that we can support our farmers with seeds for those who keep livestock. Madam Speaker, the other thing I've noted here that there is the issue of connectivity for our people to access offices, government services. There is this issue of either wide area network or local area network or whatever, or metropolitan. But, Madam Speaker, when you compare such investment in such infrastructure, and come to a time when even our children in ECDEs do not have enough classes, then we have a challenge. We have to see where we prioritize our investments, because we are going to a route of wide area network, and some schools do not have classes. Some schools do not have ECD teachers. When you see the number of schools in Machakos County are over 1,000, and we are saying we are doing 90 classrooms in a year. Every school needs 2 classrooms. Those are over 2,000 classes. When will we achieve a time when every student or every child is seated in a classroom? So that's something which we should ask ourselves and prioritize those needs, because it means when you go that route with Vision 2030, we'll not be able to achieve anything. Third thing, Madam Speaker, is on the building of offices, the offices for the county government. In our CIDP, I don't think if it had such strong emphasis, when you listen to that report indicates that we are doing offices almost everywhere, every sub-county, every ward. It cannot be managed at this time. We have to invest in our people, to give our people services. This current year, 2019-2020, we did a lot in constructing offices. We cannot now again, next financial year, do that. We have to reduce that finger and stand that money to provide services to the people of Machakos County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mutinda. Honorable Betty, I see you. I'll come to you. I had assigned Honorable Koki and Honorable Anastasia. Then to wind up, Honorable Johanna and Honorable Betty. Honorable members, because you are all saying the same thing, if I hear you. So, Honorable Koki, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Christine Koki, elected by the Wiper Democratic Movement, and also a member of this committee, Committee on Trade, Economic Planning, and Industrialization. I would like to applaud the committee. They've done a commendable job under the chairmanship of Honorable Kieti. We know these are hard times, these are trying moments, and it was not easy to compile the report. You know, we are not meeting face-to-face. We are not holding face-to-face meetings. There are a lot of challenges we faced, and then I thank them all. I thank the Lord that we finally managed to come up with a report. And this is a clear indication that the members in this house who've been elected by the electorates of Machakos County did not come only here by chance, but they are committed and they want to work for their people. So I also want to thank all the honorable members for their commitment and dedication. And on that note, I would like also to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for extending the prayers we had when we were opening the plenary, the prayers you prayed about the coronavirus, the pandemic that has hit the whole world. And I believe because that is the prayers of each and everyone, God is going to hear us. I would like to emphasize on a few observations and recommendations made by the committee. And I won't take much of the time. I will begin by the recommendation that was made by on the program of, under the program of commercial water and irrigation, yes, there is a recommendation or observation that was made by the committee. I don't see how you can decide to put up a project, yet you're not indicating where the project is going to be, the location, and you're not indicating the time, or you're not even saying exactly what is the project going to be about. Madam Speaker, this is how public funds are swindled. Because if you're not specific, if you're not saying exactly what you are intending to do, that shows that there is some hidden agenda for swindling public funds. And we are not going to allow, so I applaud the committee for noting and highlighting that. The department should come up with a clear specification on the projects they are going to do and where they're going to do them, and the timeline, and how long they are going to take to put up the projects. And I've also observed that there is these other trainings that they're intending to do, to contact on business people, individually or on groups. I'm not objecting the trainings to be offered to our people. But then, Madam Speaker, wherever there are public funds involved, it's good that we come up with a policy. Therefore, I'm urging the executive or the department concerned to come up with a policy before beginning with the program or the project of training the business people, the groups of youths, women, and even men that are going to be trained, it is good to come up with a policy, because through that policy, we are going to know who is targeted and how they've come up with the number, or how they've identified the people who are going to be trained. And on another issue, finalizing, it is also good to be realistic on budget allocations, because we cannot over-allocate funds to certain projects. For instance, the project on creating emails had been over budgeted for by 30 million, and then the committee observed that, and then they reallocated the funds. They reduced the allocation to 10 million. They have to be realistic. I'm urging the executive to be realistic when they're coming up with proposals. And also on the issue of public participation, we've noticed that we are conducting 2 public participations, one from the executive and another one from the county assembly. I would urge the executive that maybe we can, when we are conducting public participation, we can come together. Because when we conduct 2 different public participations, maybe that is where we are differing. They come up with their own projects, and the county assembly comes up with their own projects through their representatives, the members of county assembly, because I believe the members of this house are in direct touch with the electorate, are in direct touch at the ground, and they know very well which project needs to be given priority. Therefore, I'm urging the executive maybe to consider that we do a simultaneous public participation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christine Koki, and it's good you reminded us particularly on 2 issues. The issue of public participation. It's always been my wish that the county government of Machakos does one public participation. That is the executive and the county executive. And the county assembly, reading from one script, because we tire the members of public. After one round, another round goes, and it is wastage of public money. So if you vote on this report, yes, I will ask the table office to pick out those issues, and we write immediately to the executive. We start preparing for that. I hope they are going to accept. The assembly is ready to work on one public participation. Thank you. The other one you reminded me, and to compliment the member, is on working online by committees. If the Committee on Trade, this committee has a very long name, but the Committee on Trade has been working online and has come up with this report. I don't have the exact number of pages, that detailed report, and even summoned members, I believe electronically, or even if there was any physical sitting, it may have been just one or so. So it is working, and I compliment the members that you have been doing work, you have not been sitting. On the other issues surrounding that, you know that we are addressing them in the CASIB very well. So thank you very much for that. Honorable Anastasia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Anastasia Mutuko, representing people of Kibaone. First, I want to thank the Honorable Chair. As my fellow member has said, actually there was a lot of challenges to go through this report, but finally I want to thank the Chair and the clerks who are dealing with the report. It's very comprehensive, and still I'm a member of this committee, Madam Speaker. I want to be very brief because the time is not on our side. I want to, Honorable Speaker, to comment on the ECD classes. Although I'm a member, and I think it's something we needed to recommend, but because of challenges of the committee meeting online and blah blah, there was some issues. I think I was to comment on the committee. Okay, the executive have done well through construction of the ECD classes, and very classic classes. But I have a different opinion if the honorable members can come up with a structure how we can combat the glass and the modern toilet to secure these small kids. Because you see the glass is there, but there is no any toilet which can be friendly to our kids. So it's very important, Honorable Speaker. The next budget, we budget the class and the toilet, if possible. That is my input and my opinion. The other thing I want to comment is on side of the agriculture. Recommendation of 314 through committee has commended to the Department of Agriculture to purchase 4 vehicles. I want to support that. Instead of their report, they have proposed 2 vehicles. I want to say that during the seed distribution, there is a lot of challenges as far as when they come on the ground. And the area like Kibaoni is very scattered and very wide. So it's very important the department to purchase those vehicles and during the seed distribution to see how they can support the administrators and the agricultural officers to distribute those seeds in an easy way. The other thing is this 40 motorbike. It's very important. I support that because some of the vet officers, I see sometimes they face also challenges for the transport because sometimes maybe there is a problem of animals somewhere, or they have some issues of vaccination of the vehicle, the animals, sorry. But you see these people, they used to hire the motorbike. And I'm not sure whether they are facilitated by the department. So I support the department to look at
Point
how
of
they
information,
can...
Madam Speaker.
Please inform the House because that is your docket.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I think I'll still go back to my point earlier that we are not following time frames. When we were launching seeds distribution, Madam Speaker, at the same time we launched 15 motorcycles for extension officers, and it was captured for this current financial year, Honorable Speaker. And I understand very soon we'll be adding more motorcycles, Honorable Speaker. But as we speak now, we have a fleet of 15, which is already being assigned to several wards. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So, Honorable, concern is addressed partly that there are about 15 of them and there are more on the way. Honorable Anastasia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Chair. Thank you for that response. It's very important. And that was my concern because I understand some of the areas, like in my area, the ward is so big. And as I'm talking, Honorable Speaker, you know the place. So it's very important to move faster and push your department, look at how they can do it as soon as possible. So, Honorable Speaker, with your due respect, it was my humble request for that, my input. So, for those short and long, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Anastasia. Honorable Johanna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Johanna Munyao, representing the great people of Mutituni. Madam Speaker, I want to applaud the Committee on Trade for the nice report presented to the House. And Madam Speaker, at the same time, lament that we fail as a county and also as a country because of having very smart blueprints, very smart documents, but which are never followed. Madam Speaker, it beats logic when we come up with the documents just to be owned, such that I can be praised that I am the one who came up with such and such document. Madam Speaker, I'm longing for that time when documents will be prepared and be county owned, such that even if there is a change in leadership, yes, whoever comes in will see a document worthy implementation because it gives the county the worthiness it deserves. Madam Speaker, the CIDP is where we are supposed to borrow the ADP from. And I tend to find so many inconsistencies because we end up even coming up with another CIDP. If we were to ask ourselves the number of projects in the ADP under discussion vis-a-vis the budget maybe for the current financial year or the year under discussion, we may find that the projects are more than maybe the budget which is supposed to be allocated. The reason is we don't sit at the planning stage to marry the two, the projects and the budget proposals for the year in question. So, Madam Speaker, I would request that as the Trade and Planning Committee engages also with the Budget Committee, that our ideas and projects are brought on board at that stage so that we do not have so many projects not done, yet they were appearing in the ADP. I want to believe that an ADP is supposed to form key performance indicators for that financial year and form a basis of appraisal to the various departments. So when we don't get such consistencies, you find we are doing so many projects which are not in the ADPs, which are not even in the CIDPs, and the officers should be able to answer, why are we doing this? Where is it in our records? Are we just making records for the sake of having such records, or are we serious on implementing what has been discussed in this House? Madam Speaker, before I end, I would like to say that in the report, I don't see, unless it skipped my mind, borrowing from what is happening in the country, borrowing what has happened in the recent past of very, very heavy rains, which were not anticipated, and also the COVID-19, which was also not anticipated. I have not seen an element of some emergency planning in whatever we are discussing in this House. So I would require a request that we have that provision so that we are prepared for future emergencies. And to end, Madam Speaker, in agriculture still, we have also a very, very key area on slaughterhouses. I don't know whether that one has been factored anywhere. It is a very key area in terms of our health, because I am sure you feed on meat either whether daily or maybe whatever frequencies, but it is an area which can pose an health threat, and we want to see it also being equally addressed. So many vocational training centers are proposed to come up. I would like to say that even the existing vocational centers, we cannot train on some courses because of lack of trainers on those, on some technical courses. So I would like to see also people thinking about how to enrich the existing ones in terms of either providing trainers to train on some areas where we are lacking expertise, as we also think of coming up with some more. I want to end there and support the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Johanna. Just to let you know, on emergency planning, I mentioned in my communication that there is a county corona emergency response committee in which I sit. And luckily, I remember the issue of emergency fund has been in this House severally. and a communication I've also done to the governor in writing about it. So we have been able now to come up with the draft regulations to create an emergency act for this county. We are discussing it today at 4 in the same committee. And very soon, it's going to come to this house so that you pass it as an act. It's going to address all the issues you have mentioned, the floods, even fire, or even like another disease like this one, which we pray we don't have, but those emergencies come. So it is in the pipeline. It's going to come here. You may even have to, actually you will have to pass it even during this time, just in a sitting similar like this one. So it is on the way. We had Mheshimiwa Betty, and then I would ask the mover of the motion, Honorable Kieti, please prepare to reply after Honorable Betty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Betty, representing the great people of Mercy, and I'm also a member for this committee. Honorable Speaker, today you've reminded us of our role as an assembly, of which personally I felt there is a loophole somewhere as an assembly that we forgot our responsibility and our role to the executive. Madam Speaker, I want to go directly to the report that was given by my able chair. One to the Department of Agriculture, where we have our able chair, Honorable Mita. And personally, Honorable Speaker, I had allocated in our 10 million project, I had allocated some amount for the cattle dips. I was very disappointed because I did a public participation to those places. Honorable Speaker, up to today, those electorate are expecting me to put in place the cattle dips. They don't know whether I'm the one who is implementing or is the executive. It is very discouraging, Honorable Speaker. Also, the other issue of in the Department of ICT, I want to speak about Mercy Market. There were installed street lights, of which, Honorable Speaker, some of them, I can say they are told they don't function. They are there, but they don't function. And according to the budget, Honorable Speaker, when you go through the budget allocation and the money that was spent for installation of those street lights, you can get disappointed. So I would request us as an assembly, we have a role of oversight. It might not be that smooth for us. As much as we were saying that we work hand in hand with the executive, but remember, it is our responsibility as an assembly to do the oversight duty. Also in the Department of Youth and Sports, also in Mercy, Honorable Speaker, there was that in Mwala Sub-County, Mercy was proposed, the Mercy ward to have one stadium for the whole sub-county. I don't know what to say, Honorable Speaker, because still it is a stalled project. Nothing is happening. And I can say that when we were going through the budget allocation, it was showing that it has a pending bill of 49 million, of which when you go to the ground, there is totally nothing. And it was given a total amount of 100 million. So it is a challenge as honorable members. As much as we want to say that mbele iko sawa, for me, I feel there is some loopholes and we need to do something. So to our able chair and our committee, I think we've made our observations, and more we need to do as an assembly is for us to save our people for Machakos County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Betty. Honorable members, every one of you is saying the same thing, only in different ways. And I don't want to say that I pity you, but I can say it because 2022 just round the corner. But you see, even as I pity you, saying, honorable members, it's upon us to make sure that we implement what we pass here. And the beauty of today's session is that it is on planning. And we are planning to succeed. We are not planning to fail. Now going forward, because I think the Kambas say, without speaking in Kikamba, you are early, Mheshimiwa Ndawa. No, not that one. Your early is where you, when you have woken up. No, tenewa kuno wala wa mukila. That is the one. No, we don't have that one here. Anyway, you get the message that now that you're passing a plan this time round, let us say this is a new beginning. You must see some fruit. At least you have 24 months. I was counting the other day. And remember, the bigger part of those 24 months, you may not even have the opportunity. So we can say you have 12 months, which is this ADP. Let's see what comes out of it. I could see Honorable Wambua burning to say something. Please say it in 1 minute, and Honorable Maitha also in 1 minute. And because we make rules, but we also undo the rules, especially I've seen Honorable Maitha has really been wanting to say this last moment, and Honorable Honorable Musau.
Thank you, Madam
Joseph,
Speaker.
please proceed.
I'm Honorable Joseph Wambua Musau, representing the great people of Buni. Madam Speaker, I wanted to lament that the major reason given by the executive why some projects were not done, they said that the government allocation to the counties was slashed. As I watched TV last night, Madam Speaker, I saw the Saudi government saying they will give the whole amount that was entitled to the counties, Madam Speaker. So there is no reason why the executive should not implement the 2019-2020 budget to the latter, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musau, for that. Honorable Maisa, and for keeping even to less than 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Moffat Maitha, representing the people of Matungulu West Ward. Madam Speaker, I had only two concerns. One, on page 11, you can see the count planning to construct 11 health facilities. If you look at number 8, you can see Matungulu in Matungulu West Ward. There is no facility by that name in Matungulu West Ward. And the Madam Speaker,
your ward, your ward.
In my ward. The Madam Speaker, this facility was budgeted, was allocated some money in the other year. So I would wish to request the committee to interrogate the officer and know where the facility is and what happened to the money which was allocated to that facility. The last one, Madam Speaker, is when the government says it is considering contracting machinery. Instead of contracting, why can't the government buy machinery for each ward? If it is graders, why can't it buy graders for each ward instead of contracting? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maitha. Honorable Okieti, please reply. The mover of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the honorable members for their participation and support of this report. And I want to say that there are some two queries that were raised, one on seats. The issue about the pasture seats is contained in the ADP on page 20. On page 20, on the ADP document, the pasture seats are catered for. At the same time, the issue about slaughters, they are on sub-program 8.1 on page 23. For seats, it's sub-program 3.2 on page 20. So for slaughterhouses, Honorable Munyao is for slaughter is catered for. Honorable Mutinda for seats is also catered for. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that the issue, one of the things that is making us not to achieve the objective is as if, as you have highlighted, we are not taking our mandate seriously as a house, and the plan that we have, planning is good, because one person said, plan as if you are living forever, but implement as if you are dying tomorrow. We have good plans, but our biggest problem is implementation, and this is mainly caused by leakages. Now, the planning committee has done its work. There is normally a gap between the planning and the budgeting, and from budgeting to implementation. So I would like to challenge the House and the committees, each and every committee, to take up its mandate and the leadership to guide us in following up from planning, budgeting to implementation, so that we are not shortchanged. Because one of the issues that we have observed is that there is a lot of reallocation of resources. We plan, and then monies are diverted to other areas. The other thing is that we observed is carrying over of projects from one planning financial year to the other, as honorable members have observed, and that comprises the planning process. Because you cannot plan to do something this year and you fail to achieve it, you push it to the next year, you keep on carrying over. I think that is compromising the strategy. Then, as we continue planning and reallocating resources, because people will hide under any simple things that are happening within our society. Like now we have that disease, the COVID-19. Let it not be an area where after we have planned and after we have done so good planning, where the executive can hide that money meant for this went to solve the issue about the COVID-19. Let money meant for planning, meant for development, go to development where possible. Because by doing this, we are elevating poverty, and at the same time, we are safeguarding our people or our electorate from such kind of diseases. And money meant for fees, for bursaries, I request that money is not reallocated to anywhere. Because when schools reopen, money, our children will need bursaries to go back to school. Because at the moment, the parents are not working, and the economy is down. So one of the issues that I would request as the chairman planning is that we start planning on how our children will get back to school when schools reopen, because the parents are not working now and the economy is down. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the chance. Thank you, honorable members, for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kieti. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kieti. Thank you, members. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House discusses and approves the report of the Trade, Economic Planning, Investment and Industrialization Committee on the Annual Development Plan 2020-2021 As many as of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. So, honorable members, I note that it is 10 minutes past 2. By consensus, how many minutes do we have for lunch? Lunch break or health break? I noted that the report on the CFSP is a little shorter than this one on the ADP. So the reading will not take as long as it did with the Honorable Kieti's report because it was much longer. So can we come back at 3 o'clock? 1:45, thank you. Yes, so that we can have time to leave earlier. So honorable members, the sitting now is adjourned. It is going to resume on the 30th day of April 2020 at 2:45 p.m. Thank you.
Entonces,
Members, I see we have quorum. Sergeant at Arms, stop the bell. Good afternoon, honorable members. I am now calling upon us to start the sittings for this afternoon. And thank you for availing yourselves on time. I know we set since morning. We took a very short break. So I'll call upon Mr. Clerk to proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Proceed, please.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Proceed, please.
Order number 3, messages.
Proceed, please.
Order number 4, petitions.
Proceed.
Order number 5, papers.
Proceed.
Order number 6, notice of motion.
Proceed.
Order number 7, statements.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion.
Honorable members, under this order we have one business by the Honorable Dominic Ndambuki. Honorable Ndambuki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Dominic Ndambuki, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Speaker, that aware that the county fiscal strategy paper informs the county budget proposals for the year and outlines the broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide in formulation and implementation of the county budget for the coming year and the medium term. Aware that the county treasury, pursuant to Section 117, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, is mandated to prepare and forward the fiscal strategy paper to the County Executive Committee for approval and subsequently submit the approved county fiscal strategy paper to the County Assembly by 28th February of each year for approval. Noting that the 2020 Machakos CFSP is the third in the county's CIDP for the period 2018 to 2022, and that it was submitted to the County Assembly on 28th February 2020 and was committed to the Committee on Budget and Appropriation on 3rd March 2020. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move the motion that this House discusses and approves the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the County Fiscal Strategy Paper of 2020. I wish to call upon Honorable Angela to second.
Thank you, Honorable Dominic. Honorable Angela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable Dominic, you proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to read the report dated today, 30th April 2020, which was prepared by the Budget and Appropriations Committee of Machakos County Assembly. Introduction. The county fiscal strategy paper informs the county budget proposals for the year. It outlines the broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide in formulation and implementation of the county budget for the coming year and the medium term. The 2020 Machakos CFSP is the third in the county's CIDP for the period 2018 to 2022. The CFSP was submitted to the County Assembly on 28th February 2020 and was committed to the Committee on Budget and Appropriation on 3rd March 2020. Legal basis for preparation of the CFSP. The County Treasury, pursuant to Section 117, subsection 1 of PFM Act 2012, is mandated to prepare and forward the CFSP to the County Executive Committee for approval and subsequently submit the approved CFSP to County Assembly by 28th February of each year for approval. Subsection 5 of Section 117 of PFM provides that in preparing the county fiscal strategy paper, the county treasury shall seek and take into account the views of A, Commission on Revenue Allocation, B, the public, C, any interested persons or groups, and D, any other form that is established by legislation. The CFSP indicates that public participation fora were carried out at ward levels on 21st February 2020, which had been preceded by village level consultative forums on 20th February 2020. It is further indicated that CFSP was circulated to the County Executive Committee for their input before submission to the County Assembly. Pursuant to subsection 6 of Section 117 of PFM Act of 2012, not later than 14 days after submitting the county fiscal strategy paper to the Assembly, the County Assembly shall consider and may adopt it with or without amendments. The County Treasury should publish and publicize the county fiscal strategy paper within 7 days after it has been submitted to the County Assembly as provided under Section 117, subsection 6. We look at the rationale for the fiscal strategy paper. The strategy paper articulates priority socio-economic policies and structural reforms, as well as sectoral expenditure programs to be implemented in the fiscal year 2020-2021 and in the medium term. In the medium term, the county fiscal strategy paper aims to 1. Specify the broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide the county government in preparing its budget for the coming financial year and over the medium term. 2. Provide linkage with the national objectives in the budget policy statements. 3. Provide the financial outlook with respect to county government revenues, expenditures, and borrowing over the medium term. And 4. Provide a basis for stakeholder engagement in the formulation and implementation of county priorities and budgeting. We look at county strategic objectives and priorities. We start with agriculture and cooperative development sector. Under this sector, the county's priorities are as follows. 1, to modernize the Machakos Agricultural Training Center. 2, provide free certified seeds, subsidized fertilizer, free tractor services, train farmers on post-harvest management, and establish demo farms. 3, under the quarter and acre program, the county will provide high-value crop seeds, fruit trees like mangoes, passion, pawpaw, oranges, grapes, and macadamia, promotion of avocado production, pest and disease management, in addition to soil analysis and testing. 4, to increase fish production by promoting aquaculture development, capture fisheries management in Masinga and Kamburu dams, fish inspection and quality control, and strengthen extension services. 5, expand irrigation schemes and enhance water harvesting through provision of water tanks. 6, create value addition through establishment of fruit and milk processing plants, cereal and pulses processing, packaging and branding facility, coffee revitalization through establishment of coffee credit revolving fund, capacity building of cooperatives, marketing of quarter and acre products, monitoring and evaluation. Health sector. The sector will aim to achieve highest possible standards of quality healthcare services that are affordable, equitable, accessible, and responsive to client needs. This will propel the sector towards realization of universal health coverage, will be achieved through the following strategic interventions. 1, reduce the burden of communicable diseases. This will be achieved by reducing morbidity and preventable deaths from infectious diseases, including HIV, TB, and malaria, through primary prevention and effective treatment. 2, halt and reverse the rising burden of non-communicable diseases through adoption and implementation of non-communicable diseases policies and guidelines. 3, improve health infrastructure through construction and upgrading of health facilities and adoption of clear maintenance programs. 4, improve access and demand for essential and specialized health services through purchase of laboratory, specialized medical and dental equipment, and modernization of accident and emergency units. 5, adequate staffing, provision of health products, supplies, and other utilities. 6, improve reproductive, maternal, newborn child, and adolescent health services, including HIV prevention. 7, strengthen primary health care services. 8, reduce the burden of violence and injuries through adoption of strategies that address each of the causes of injuries and violence. 9, minimize exposure to health risks factors by strengthening interventions that lead to positive health behaviors in the population. 10, strengthen collaboration between health and other sectors that have impact on health. 11, mainstream the research agenda to inform policy and practice. We look at energy infrastructure and ICT sector. 1, we look at expansion of roads and transport network. To complete Kidhini Vota Road, completion of 70 Kionyoni Road, phase 2 of Kinka Airways Zebra Road and Githongori Police Station,
upgrading of Mwala Level 4 access road to bitumen standards, grading and graveling of access roads, pothole patching on paved roads, drainage structures, that is culverts, drifts, and gabions, road making and signage installation on paved roads besides road corridor surveying and heavy grading, construction and maintenance of workshops, management of existing bus parks, that is Matatu PSV Circles management, operationalization of county transport and safety committees, construction of airports, runway, thin tall buildings, conference facility, Matu and Machakos County Office, CES, public facility, transport, roads and public works office blocks, road maintenance policy and county public transport policy. We look at enhancing access and affordable energy. In collaboration with national government, enhance rural electrification and distribute more transformers, put measures to promote renewable energy use, install Mulika Mwizi besides promotion of renewable technologies. We look at promote the use of ICT, install wide area networks and other ICT infrastructure, develop ICT and communication policy, install county clocking and telephone IP system. We look at Department of Public Administration. 1, the county administration will construct and equip of sub-county and ward offices, purchase of administration uniforms, dump site construction, purchase of communication equipment and purchase of compacting trucks, provision of garbage collection bins. 2, finance will digitize collection and management of revenue, purchase of revenue vehicles and audit system, preparation of revenue, financial and budget policy documents. 3, County Image Directorate will undertake county branding by installation of road signage and gantries and county beautification. 4, Public service and quality management will prioritize development of performance management system, development and implementation of quality assurance manual, and carry out staff skills development. 5, the priorities of the project delivery directorate will be formation of project management committees, stakeholder engagement through public participation or feedback forums, site verification sites, monitoring and evaluation, and publication of county reports, statistics, and project tracking system. 6, development of annual development plan, annual progress reports and sector policies, and research and economic surveys. 7, construction of rehabilitation centers, enhance advocacy, communication, and mobilization in relation to liquor management and licensing. We look at Department of Education, Youth, and Social Welfare. 1, invest in quality early childhood development and vocational training through A, construction of ECDE classes, B, distribution of food to ECDE, C, purchasing and distributing of learning materials, D, recruitment of additional ECDE teachers, E, construction and improvement of vocational training institutions, F, distribution of funds and additional instructors to various VTCEs registered with TVET, G, promotion of co-curriculum activities in learning institutions. Another way, strengthening the social safety net and empowering the youth and the women. The county will promote gender youth and improve the livelihoods of the vulnerable groups and people living with disabilities through A, establishing table banking for PLWDs, women and youths, B, awarding bursaries to the needy students, C, establishing Machakos Disability Board, D, provision of necessary devices to PLWDs, E, establishing gender-based violence rescue centers, F, provision of food to registered children homes, G, establishment of a home for the needy elderly persons, H, sensitization of prevention and management of HIV/AIDS. In order to empower the youth, the county will A, hold youth empowerment conference to mentor the youth on entrepreneurial skills and leadership, B, construct innovation centers and establish talent academies, C, construction of sports facilities, D, refurbish of all community playgrounds, E, refurbish and maintain existing sports facilities, F, provide sports equipment, G, hold county sports tournament, H, promote Machakos United team, I, carry out sports advocacy, communication, and mobilization. Another way that the department will do is promotion of culture and arts through A, making arts and culture a source of livelihood through promotion and marketing of Akampa culture, construction of curio outlets, cultural center, and heritage museum. Another way, that is 2.6, lands, environment, and natural resources department. Under this sector, the county will, 1, prepare evaluation role, 2, digitization of building approval process. 3, development of GIS online and land record system. 4, develop spatial and zoning plans. In order to manage the environment and natural resources, the county will, 1, create awareness on environment and climate change issues, develop environment and climate change laws, carry out cleaning of Athi River, establish climate change units, committees, directorates, funds, and information centers. 5, promote clean and cooking stoves and green energy. 6, mainstream climate change activities in county projects and programs. 7, implement of transition implementation plans, otherwise known as TIPs. 8, establish tree nursery. 9, provision of tree seedlings. 10, development of waste landfill. 11, purchase of tools, equipment for waste collection and environment. 12, carry out enforcement, monitoring, and surveillance. 13, carry out environment impact assessment and environment audit. 14, rehabilitate denuded land and degraded rivers. 15, regulate quarrying, mining, and natural stones, mesas, natural soils, or clays. 16, promote of nature-based enterprises, apiculture, tree nurseries, landscaping activities. 17, promote sand value addition. The urban and development subsector will undertake the following. 1, shelter upgrading. 2, urban regeneration. 3, renovation of staff houses. 4, survey and titling of new city and development of urban institutions, that is municipalities. Department of Water and Irrigation. The county will invest in clean water supply through 1, reticulation of water from boreholes and dams to water points. 2, drilling boreholes and rehabilitation of the existing ones. 3, construction of dams and desilting of the existing ones. 4, treatment of water sources. 5, construction of elevated water tanks. 6, distribution of water tanks to schools, county facilities, and churches. 7, construction of water treatment units or plants. 8, construction of water pans. 9, maintenance of plants and equipment, that is drilling rigs, dozers, TPUs, support trucks, utility vehicles. 10, water quality control through establishment of county water laboratory. 11, urban water supplies through subsidy to water service providers, last mile water connectivity, last mile sewer connectivity, on-site sanitation, decentralized treatment facility in Syokimau, Mlolongo, Tala, Masii, Wamunyo, Matu, and sewer upgrading in urban areas. 12, construction of gabions and waterways. 13, the county will also expand existing irrigation schemes as well as rehabilitate and maintain Kaba and the Kauti schemes. We look at the Department of Commercial, Tourism, and Labor Affairs. The county will continue to focus on sustaining a conducive business environment so as to attract and encourage investment and job creation. 2, the county through the tourism subsector will undertake construction of the park in Masinga, renovate rest areas, develop Chamwilo gravitational site, construction of monuments, marketing Machakos tourism circuit, document tourist attraction sites in Machakos, hold beauty pageants, construct and equip studios, film and music production, market and promote tourist attraction site, develop and maintain recreational parks through beautification and landscaping, and construct a team building center. 3, the trade subsector will construct market sheds, fencing and upgrading of livestock markets, fabrication of outdoor parasols, SME summits, business conferences, trade fairs, and exhibitions, construction of Juakali sheds, construction and upgrading of Boda Boda sheds, establishment of Machakos Enterprise Development Fund, construction of modern kiosks, construction of modern bus stop sheds, construction of industrial parks, operationalization and commissioning of jaw crushes, construction of cottage industry centers, and construction, equipping and operationalization of business incubation and innovation centers. 4, the county will conduct annual business and investment exhibitions and fairs, organizing of stakeholder forums, construction and operationalization of one-stop shops, construction of toilets along major highways, construction and upgrading toilets in market and market centers. Physical outturn and framework. Honorable Speaker, to fund this program, the County Treasury proposes the fiscal framework to be as follows. Honorable Speaker, the resource envelope for financial year 2020-2021 has total revenue of 11,016,948,638 Kenya shillings, consisting of equitable share of 8,039,100,000 Kenya shillings, conditional grants and loans of 1,248,050,406 Kenya shillings, as well as own source revenue of 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, the expenditure framework is proposed at 11,16,948,638 Kenya shillings, constituting of development expenditure of 3,305,084,591 Kenya shillings and recurrent expenditure of 7,711,864,047 Kenya shillings. The recurrent expenditure constitutes compensation to employees at 5,417,874,351 Kenya shillings and operations and maintenance of 2,293,989,696 Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, in relation to the fiscal responsibility principles, the Treasury proposes to allocate 30% of the total revenue on development expenditure, while compensation on employees stands at 49%. The committee notes that allocation of compensation to employees has violated Regulation 25B of PFMA of 2012, which sets it at maximum of 35% of the total revenue. However, the proposals of the county treasury relating to development expenditure are in line with Section 107 of the PFMA of 2012, which sets it at minimum of 30%. Honorable Speaker, the above information is as presented in the table below. And we look at the table where we have CFSP resource envelope, equitable share.
Honorable Dominic, do you want us just to look at it or you want to read these figures? Members, you can read.
I can, yes, Madam.
So, Honorable Chair, just tell us condition grants. You don't need to read the amounts. Just tell us, see that amount provided.
Thank you, Madam.
Because we have it already on the record.
Thank you. I stand guided. Conditional grants, we have, under that we have level 5, hospital grant, compensation for user fees forgone, leasing of medical equipment, rehabilitation of youth polytechnics, road maintenance levy fund, UHC by World Bank, and Danida for UHC. And then we also have loans and grants. Under that, we have the total conditional grants, that the total is 1,248,050,046 Kenya shillings. And we also, under that, we have own source revenue. And then we also look at...
It's good. Tell us about the own source revenue. Just read it out.
Sorry. The own source revenue is 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings. And equitable share, as per Article 203, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution of Kenya, is 8,039,100,000 Kenya shillings. So total revenue amounts to 11,016,948,638 Kenya shillings. Expenditure, as per above explanation, is on personnel emoluments, operations, and maintenance. Total recurrent budget proposal is 711,864,047 Kenya shillings, while development is 3,305,084,591 Kenya shillings. Important ratios to note is that development to total budget is 30%, personnel emoluments to total budget is 49%. We look at proposed ceilings and recommendations. Departmental ceilings. Madam Speaker, the County Executive Committee for Finance has proposed the following departmental ceilings. Office of the Governor. In the Office of the Governor, the proposed ceilings is 452,472,952 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 3,819,596 Kenya shillings for development. The committee recommends 530,019,584 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 3,819,596 Kenya shillings for development. Department of Public Service, Labor and ICT. The proposed recurrent ceiling is 5,820,826,170 Kenya shillings, which includes salaries for all departments, as well as the Office of the Governor, and a development ceiling of 21,118,007 Kenya shillings. The total ceiling is 5,841,944,177 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends a ceiling of 746,782,721 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 21,118,007 Kenya shillings for development. Trade, Economic and Planning and Industrialization Department. The proposed ceiling for the department is 15,871,872 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 91,317,950 Kenya shillings for development. The total proposed ceiling for both recurrent and development is 107,189,822 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 72,691,972 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 91,317,950 Kenya shillings for development. We look at Finance and Economic Planning Department. The proposed recurrent ceiling is 21,983,827 Kenya shillings and a development ceiling of 56,663,845 Kenya shillings. The total proposed ceiling for both recurrent and development is 78,647,672 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends a ceiling of 321,103,385 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 56,663,845 Kenya shillings for development. County Administration and Decentralized Units Department. The proposed recurrent ceiling is 16,671,857 Kenya shillings and a development ceiling of 45,812,000 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 35,195,298 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 45,812,000 Kenya shillings for development. Department of Agriculture, Food Security and Cooperative Management. The proposed ceiling is 10,404,699 Kenya shillings and a development ceiling of 325,855,161 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends a ceiling of 232,157,144 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 325,855,161 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. Department of Health and Emergency Services. Proposed recurrent ceiling is 492,216,016 Kenya shillings and a development ceiling of 566,831,710 Kenya shillings. The total proposed ceiling for department is 1,059,047,726 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 3,375,392,170 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 566,831,710 Kenya shillings for development. Department of Road, Transport, Public Works and Housing. Under this county entity, the proposed recurrent ceiling is 7,204,558 Kenya shillings and a development ceiling of 1,048,935,417 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 144,488,933 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 1,392,207,515 Kenya shillings for development. Department of Education, Skills, Training and Social Welfare. The proposed recurrent ceiling is 17,920,674 Kenya shillings and 155,192,410 Kenya shillings for development ceiling. The committee recommends 215,195,439 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 216,192,410 Kenya shillings for development. Department of Energy, Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The proposed recurrent ceiling of the department is 5,126,821 Kenya shillings and a development ceiling of 134,384,083 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 67,184,782 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 134,384,083 Kenya shillings for development. Department of Tourism, Youth, Sports and Culture. Under this entity, the proposed recurrent ceiling is 5,532,083 Kenya shillings and a development ceiling of 167,600,000 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 97,649,075 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 167.6 million Kenya shillings for development expenditure. Department of Water, Irrigation and Natural Resources. The proposed recurrent ceiling is 3,270,260 Kenya shillings, and on recurrent and development ceiling of 480,114,414 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 95,779,699 for recurrent and 541,114,414 Kenya shillings for development. Department of County Public Service Board. The proposed recurrent ceiling is 1,217,103 Kenya shillings and a development ceiling of 6.2 million Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 51,682,382 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 6.2 million for development. County Assembly. The proposed recurrent ceiling is 841,145,156 Kenya shillings and 201,240,000 Kenya shillings for development. The total proposed ceiling for the County Assembly is 1,094,504,414 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends 911,145,156 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 325 million Kenya shillings for development. Committee recommendations. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. 1. The total expenditure ceilings amount to 11,016,948,638 Kenya shillings. The committee recommends that recurrent expenditure be adjusted from 7,711,864,048 Kenya shillings to 7,246,468,190 Kenya shillings, while development expenditure be amended from 3,305,084,593 Kenya shillings to 3,770,480,451 Kenya shillings. 2. County Treasury had proposed a wage bill of 49% of the total expenditure. The committee recommends that compensation to employees be retained at 35% of the total revenue as per Regulation 25B of PFM Act of 2012. This is in line with the data that was provided to the committee showing that some employees had retired, but no recruitment was reported. This points to a decrease in compensation to employees allocation. The committee further recommends that all the county employee salaries should be processed through IPPD and not Excel or other equivalent systems. The committee will not consider salaries which are processed through Excel worksheets when finalizing annual budget of fiscal year 2020-2021. 3. The county should provide a debt management strategy as required by PFM Act of 2012 and further include borrowing policies in the CFSP. 4. Compensation to employees should be budgeted for in the respective departments where the employees are performing their duties. They should not be budgeted for under Department of Public Service Quality Management and ICT. 5. In drawing the budget, the county government should take into consideration eligible pending bills and allocate at least 20% towards clearing the same. 6. The committee has ensured that the department ceiling for CFSP 2020 have accommodated fiscal year 2020-2021 annual development approved projects from public participation. Therefore, in making the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget, the county treasury should incorporate all the projects that were identified through public participation and included in the approved annual development plan of 2020-2021. Acknowledgement. Madam Speaker, the Budget and Appropriation Committee is grateful to the Office of the Speaker and that of the Clerk of the County Assembly for facilitating the committee to undertake its mandate. I wish to express my appreciation to honorable members of the committee who sacrificed their time to participate in the meetings and in preparation of this report. Madam Speaker, it is therefore my privilege on behalf of the Budget and Appropriation Committee to table the fiscal year 2020 County Fiscal Strategy paper before this Honorable Assembly for consideration and approval. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndambuki. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House discusses and approves the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the county physical strategy paper 2020. Honorable members, I invite you to debate the motion. Honorable Katuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Justice Katumo, elected by Wiper, and this is the voice. Mine is very short. Actually, I'm looking at first to congratulate the chair for the speed in his execution of this report, and the report is good. I'm looking at page 6, where talks about education, youth, and social welfare. And then number 2 talks, there is a subtopic there, strengthening the social safety net and empowering the youth and the women. Firstly, when you go down there and you look at the highlighted points, it only talks about the PWDs, the elderly and the children. Women are not discussed there. Then, of course, we normally say people with disability. We don't say people living with disabilities anymore. So the committee should do that corrections. Then, secondly, there is a point that was raised in the morning by one Honorable Mulatia concerning PWD spots. And therefore, a point, Chair, Honorable Speaker, I think we should include a point where we are saying promotion of disability sports. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Katumo. Honorable Kisila, I can see you. I want to give Honorable Cosmos Masesi. I have in mind the members who did not utter a word in the morning because that particular time the matter was different from this one. Honorable Cosmos Masesi.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Masesi, representing the great people of Matungulu Eastward. And Madam Speaker, just before I give my contribution towards the CFSP, kindly you will allow me to mention something as the chairperson, Health Committee. Just to inform the House that, Madam Speaker, yesterday we received the approval of Machakos Level 5 laboratory to perform the SARS-CoV-2 tests. And also we did receive the reagents. So, Madam Speaker, I can confirm that now we are able, Madam Speaker, to test our people above the screening we are doing, aimed to be done across all our health facilities to have the thermometers so that can screen the temperatures. And Madam Speaker, where need be, we'll be doing tests which we hope to be receiving the results within 7 hours. Madam Speaker, again, I'm happy that we still have got one positive case. So far, Madam Speaker, as a county, we have tested 47, of which 38 have turned to be negative, 1 positive, and we have 8 cases, Madam Speaker, which are pending to get the results. Madam Speaker, the report I'm giving is as per 28th April this month. And Madam Speaker, as the chair held, and again I'd like to note that I'm working on a bill to deal with these unforeseen pandemics in future, Madam Speaker, so that we can always sort our people and be in line with all events, Madam Speaker, which might come due to the fact that we always don't have an emergency. And I want to believe the bill will take care of the same, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, coming again to today's contribution.
Just a moment, before you come back to the contribution, Honorable Masesi, I just want to notify the members that Honorable Masesi is one member who really has done a lot, and he has a passion for coronavirus disease, fighting it. He has a passion to fight it. I see him, he's in the same committee I mentioned with me and Honorable Kamitu and Honorable Majority Leader, and I see him texting even in the dead of the night, because he says this and this has happened. So he wants to see solutions. And thank you so much, Honorable Masesi, and the House appreciates you. Keep it up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You have really reminded me that we have distributed knapsack sprayers for COVID-19 decontamination, Madam Speaker, across all our health facilities, whereby Machakos level 5 is meant to get 5 of the knapsack sprayers. Kangundo level 4, Madam Speaker, will getting 3. Kinani Health Center will have 2. Kadiani level 4 will have 3. Matu level 4 hospital, again, will have 2. Mwala level 4, 2. Masinga, Didini, Mutituni, and Kalama level 4, each will get 1 sprayer, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to do with the counties, Machakos County will get 9. Matungulu sub-county 10. Kangundo sub-county 10. Mavoko sub-county 10. Mwala 8. Yata sub-county 8. Masinga sub-county 8. Kadiani 8. And Kalama, Kadiani 7 and Kalama 9. Madam Speaker, these sprayers will be doing continuous job across all our marketplaces and urban centers, whereby, Madam Speaker, I will want to believe, even though we have not been able to give masks as expected, Madam Speaker, I want to believe the executive is doing something to make sure that we will have something to give. Although, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, if we only manage to give a mask pad one day, it will not bring a lot of impact, rather than, Madam Speaker, working and seeing on how we'll test more people and check the other people. So, Madam Speaker, my opinion was, let us not focus on the masks, because we cannot give like 2 to 3 days. We can only give 1 day. And, Madam Speaker, these masks are not reusable. They are used once and they are done. And if you look at the population of Machakos, Madam Speaker, 1.7 people million, you multiply by the cheapest, 100 shillings. Madam Speaker, is a lot of money. So, Madam Speaker, that is the much I can report for today, but I'm always informing the House at our common forum. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll just mention briefly, because I've seen the ADP we had in the morning, and now the CFSP. Madam Speaker, they are all talking of 2018, 2019, and 2020, 2021. Madam Speaker, we have not done anything 2019, 2020. And we are like 2 months to the lapsing of the year, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if I'm not wrong, the news at our last night said that the proposed amounts to be deducted by the national government, by the national treasury, they have ceased, and we are getting the full amount from the national government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question is, if the development monies have been coming as per the budget, and Madam Speaker, we have not been able to do any project apart from the KRB projects. Madam Speaker, is a big concern by the House. And I think, Madam Speaker, we need to agree on the way forward. Madam Speaker, bear in mind that that is a full financial year. We have not done any development in Machakos County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Cosmos. Honorable Kisila, then I will come to Honorable Kisini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am Honorable Kisila, representing people from Mwala. Madam Speaker, I have a small challenge, and Mheshimiwa Meta mentioned in the morning about smart objectives. If you look at these objectives for this CSFP, we have a problem. If you go, for example, to agriculture, look at how many things they want to do in this financial year, and the money is available. If you look at 6 objectives, that is agriculture alone. If you go to health sector, you will get 11 things they want to do. Energy, the same thing. If you go to public service, 7 things. But as my point I'm trying to drive here, I'm having a problem with trying to prioritize what we need to do. And that's a problem we've been having. We do too many things and end up doing too little. Why can't we prioritize and come up with very specific, smart things which we must do? For example, if you come to agriculture, we can identify 2 objectives, 2 things we must do, and we give them money. If you go to health sector, why don't you say we do 2 things which we must do very well and give them money? If you go to ECD, education, we say we're going to, there's no need of constructing new classes when you have not equipped the previous ones. There is no need of talking about purchasing and distribution of learning materials when you have not recruited the teachers. So, Madam Speaker, I am at pain to, and maybe the chairman can guide me on this one, is there a meeting which has been set between ourselves and the executive just to we sit down and prioritize what we must do? Because money is not available. And if money is not available, we must identify few things we must do and do them very well. Other than doing too many things and doing too little. That's my and Madam Speaker, if we have as an assembly, we must identify which are the sectors we must put our money on. And the sectors we must put money on, we agreed. 1 is water. 2 is roads, health, education. Now, if we give everybody money, I don't know what will happen. My last contribution is on local revenue, internal revenue. We need to put up mechanisms to establish how we are going to collect more money by automating systems, by empowering our people, buying more vehicles for our staff, employing more people to collect more money. So, Madam Speaker, they say if you continue doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results, you will not go very far. My take is, we are just doing exactly what we did last year, but 1. This is exactly a replica. If you look at the objectives of agriculture, it is just copy and paste. They just copied and pasted what they did last year, but 1. Go to health sector, copy and paste. Copy and paste. Nothing new. Go to education, copy and paste. The same thing they said last year, that's exactly what they're saying this year. So, my dear brothers, we are in a very tough catch-22. And I think we need to wake up. Either we call a meeting with the executive to discuss and prioritize what we must do and do them very well, or we pass documents like this, which are copy and paste, and end up in the same position we are in today. My take, this document does not pass the tests of this House. This document needs more work. This document needs to be more, people need to sit down together to understand what we must do and do well. If you want us to pass it the way it is, fair enough. But for me, I think we'll be getting to the same catch-22 we are in. My take, Madam Speaker, more work needs to be done. Otherwise, this is just a replica of the previous county fiscal strategy paper. Nothing changed from what was written in 2019. That's my position, Madam Speaker. I might be wrong, and I stand guided. Maybe the chairman can guide us if he has seen anything different. My last point is, we need money for development. And we can't continue all the year talking about money going to staff wages. And we continue giving them more money for staff wages. Where are we going to stop and put the brake and say we need 40% money allocated to development. And last but not least, departments which have not been performing as per our expectations. You want us to give them 320 million more? I think it's a high time now we go and say, Waziri Alwanga, you have done well, we'll give you more money. Mudhini, you have done well, we'll give you money. Agriculture, you've not done very well, we cut your money. It's a high time we get into that kind of scenario. Otherwise we are going to get, let me tell you members, handshake does not mean you close your eyes and you don't see where you're going. The governor is here. We are his eyes. And we know what is happening on the ground by some of these people. We are his representatives. And all of us are elected, representing our people, so that we can do the right thing. If we continue doing things for the sake of doing things, my brothers and sisters, we are heading in the wrong direction. This document does not pass the test of this assembly. It needs to go back to be thought about, and without wasting more time, we don't need to throw it out. It can be withdrawn here. We need to give them more time to really go and think about it and prioritize the objectives so that they can become smart.
Honorable Kisila, Honorable Kisila has finished, or he's sitting down to be informed. Honorable. Oh, okay. Honorable Kamito, Minority Leader, inform the member. Honorable Kisila.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm Alex Kamito, the MC at Alawad and leader of minority and leader of government business in this house. Madam Speaker, my point of information is to Honorable Brian, whom I respect, is that I've gone through this document, and my point of information is that this is just a county fiscal strategy paper. And when we're talking about county fiscal strategy paper, we are just been given, these are the estimates that we are supposed to work on. So if this is a replica and it is workable, I'm not seeing any problem. So my point of information is that it is just a strategy paper that should be worked out, that should be followed. And the committee of budget, they really did, they have done a very recommendable job. So it's a question of now, as he says, we sit down, as I said, we interrogate every department, as he says, and we see what are the priorities in every department. Otherwise, we cannot say that this is not a workable document. It is, and sincerely I recommend, and I commend the work that has been done by the budget committee. Otherwise, that is my point of information, Madam Speaker. It is a workable document. It is not a replica. Thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader, a point of information is never long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But I take it as part of your contribution. All right.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect to my leader, I don't have a problem with if he is happy with it. I have a problem with it. I only have a problem with the objectives. If you've done strategy as a paper, and I'm a scholar of strategy, the minute you have more than 6, 7 objectives, you've lost it. It means when you start apportioning funds, you will allocate very little money, and you'll go everywhere doing very little, and end up doing nothing. What Masesi has just said. Have you heard what Mheshimiwa Masesi has said? He has said 2019 is over. In fact, we can just do a small checkup, a small appraisal ourselves about 2019. The things we have done, the things we had planned. Mheshimiwa Minority, standing here like this does not mean that I'm in any way differing with you, but I'm just telling you we need to open up our eyes and say.
Honorable Kingori, I did not ask you to wake up. What is the point of order about, Honorable Kingori?
Honorable Kisila should stop addressing the minority, should address the speaker, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Honorable Kingori.
Maybe, Madam Speaker, I'm in pain to explain my point, but I think the members have heard me. The point is, we need smart objectives. We need to prioritize our money well. We are not saying that we are not giving executive money, but this forms the basis of our budget. Madam Speaker, this forms the basis of our budget for 2020-2021. If we are okay with those objectives, we'll end up in the same condition we are in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kisila. Honorable Kisini. Honorable Kisini.
Thank you.
Honorable Kingori and Honorable Mutinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me time. My name is Honorable Robert Kisini, representing the people of the river. I also stand here first to give credit to the Committee of Budget, which has brought that document, which has highlighted various issues. Madam Speaker, this document we have just gone through, and the document we dealt with in the morning, they are twins. And Madam Speaker, you gave us a challenge in the morning that we might not be seen to do anything. You've seen, you have heard the cry of the honorable members, and the key word here is implementation. There's nothing we are seeing, there's nothing which is done, and we are budgeting for money, and this money we don't know where it is going. Madam Speaker, I stand here and ask, is there a formula we can use which can make the executive get to know that on the ground we are suffering? As honorable members said in the morning, we've promised things to our electorates. We are always waking up with them every now and then in the morning, being asked for many things. And to be specific, Madam Speaker, simple things like fuel, whereby you need fuel even to take care of garbage collection, cannot be got. To fuel our tractors and maybe grade the roads is also very hard. So, Madam Speaker, there's a cry for implementations of these projects we are passing, and we are yet to pass the budget. If there's a way we can make the executive understand the cry of our people through this honorable house, Madam Speaker, we are requesting they be told that let's be strict to whatever we discuss here, to whatever we pass here. A good example, and I don't want to be seen as if I want to take it all. The chairman of agriculture said that money made for cattle dips is to be reallocated and come and make the slaughterhouse or repair the slaughterhouse in the river. Yes, I don't want the people at the river to see that I refused the money. But is there fairness? Why can there be fairness? That is slaughterhouse at my place gets repaired and all the cattle dip because I still need a cattle dip. So, Madam Speaker, the word here is implementation, implementation. We are crying, we are yearning for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kisini. I had allocated Honorable Kingori, Honorable Whip, before you put up your hand. So let's hear Honorable Kingori. Then I know Honorable Mutinda had given you the space. And then I will have Honorable Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable George Kingori from Mudhwani. I want to first of all to appreciate the job done by the Budget Committee, but also I want to point something I noticed about the education sector, whereby we want to educate our children, and we are building a lot of classes, but we don't have any furnitures for them to sit on, or anything which had been highlighted. Upon electing buildings, there is no furnitures in those institutions. Even
Honorable Kingori, just a moment. Honorable members, if you look at the screens, I have noted that some of the members, when they address, then they are identified by name, even their ward. But many of you are not being identified. What is happening? And you know now your electorates are also watching on YouTube. So please make sure that if your name doesn't appear there, even you can see for speaker, it doesn't appear. But at least they can see the clothes I'm wearing, and they know that is the speaker. So when you leave, you check with the Hansard people, so that every time you stand up, they identify you by the name and by your ward. Okay? Yes. So go on, Honorable Kingori. I was just using you. Now they have just brought me. But Honorable Kingori, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed that on our ongoing small students, we don't have any furnitures for them to sit on. So we need also to emphasize on the budget of furnitures in those schools, because we cannot have schools without furnitures. Madam Speaker, the second thing I want to say is that whatever we have passed, even our electorate are becoming irritated by the fact that they don't get services. Even right now, I have been speaking to one of my electorate in Githongori. They wanted to know how much we have given to Mudhwani ward. Yet we cannot see any development going on apart from a few, which were done by the 10 million projects that we gave. Yet the contractors are not yet paid, and we have already budgeted for the same. Madam Speaker, it is prudent for us to have so many things we pass here, yet nobody follow about, nobody get to know what happened after that. Because when we budget for any money of a project, and you give that project some money, yet after it had been finished, the contractors are not paid. It's not fair. It's not good for our people. It's not also good. It's also good, Madam Speaker, to note that when we are dealing with the budget process, like right now, we have good paperwork, yes. But when it comes to the time of seeing what is there in the budget on the ground, it doesn't add up. It doesn't go much. So what we need to do is one thing. We need to know our problem where it is. Maybe we are not enlightened on how to get the executive implement. And if we need to be educated more about implementation, so that when we pass anything here, so that we can just fall it to the ground, so that our people can feel we are working. And because they don't understand our nature of job, because we work on committees, it is a high time we think about the second phase of it. That if one committee can't work and get the results properly, we need every department committee to make sure they work together with the implementation committee, so that we can get the result immediately and get results and get advised on each department committee. Madam Speaker. Lastly, I want to thank you for making sure that Machakos is well identified in the high offices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kingori. And I got you on all the points. And the one which you mentioned, particularly of the particular committee, which has a project which has not been implemented, it should be in the forefront working with the implementation committee. So we are still talking about implementation members. And if I, Honorable Francis, just a moment, if I can just say, Mheshimiwa Kisila, you mentioned about, I am not sure that was Mheshimiwa Kisila, but one of the members mentioned about handshake. Yes, handshake. I hope you have not got mixed up on this aspect of handshake. Handshake means that there is the cordial relationship between the assembly and the executive. But it doesn't mean sleeping on your jobs. You are the ones who should be awake. If you are the watchman and you sleep, you know what that means? So you should not sleep. We had that procedure, which I will not repeat here, for purposes of the smooth delivery of services. So if the services are not being delivered, who will be blamed? It is you. So that is what we are talking about here. Let nobody make no mistake. That cordial relationship is very, very critical. But at the same time, let each side play its role so that the duties that are given to you, you play them to the best and the expectation of the public. And the executive does the same, plays its duty to the best and the expectation of the public. That is what it means to have a handshake. Honorable Mutinda, you are to go, and then there is Honorable Majority Whip. Then we'll have Honorable Francis. I will come to this side, Honorable Member, just a moment. Then Honorable Majority Deputy.
Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. My name is Honorable Thomas Mutinda, Member of County Assembly, Wamonyo Ward. I start by thanking the chairman and the committee for this work done. And Madam Speaker, I'm glad to say I'm privileged to be a member of that committee. When we saw that the document which was brought, I read and I remember that time telling the committee, this is the same story every time of the year. Last year, a time like this one, we were preparing the 2019-2020. So far, nothing has been done. Same way, same processes, same way of doing things and expecting different results? Not really. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's the high time the House stands up to be counted, rises up to the occasion, and we try to see that we follow what is needed for our people. Madam Speaker, there is the priorities which we had. The priority of water as first, roads, health, education, that way. And that's where we should see which is that department which is our priority, which is that department which is consuming its funds well, so that we may add that department money. And those who are not consuming their monies well for the benefits of the public, we reduce. With this CFSP, things must change, Madam Speaker. We cannot continue doing things the old way we used to do. We have to change things. And there will be different results. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's the high time we checked which department will be given more money and which department will be reduced. For example, recently, there was vaccination for animals. And my place, animals were vaccinated halfway, and the others were left, and they were told the vaccinators will come. They never came. Cattle are dying in Wamonyo. They shouldn't have done census or taken data to know there are so many cattle in Wamonyo ward, so many in another ward, so many, so that we do not continue losing property. Now, those people are losing, and nothing is happening. Madam Speaker, I think it's the high time we have to do our oversight role more than any other time before. Madam Speaker, the other thing is on this budget. There, we should see that the marginalized groups, the women, the youth, and the PWDs are supported. One, I think it's the time we should see tangible things, where we will have a situation where we can see the people's empowerment. What is it that the PWDs can do and earn money? What is it that the women can do and earn money? What is it that the youth can do and earn money? At a time like this, we are all wearing masks from very far. We can make them. We are not making them. That's an opportunity for people to grow. But we are not doing it. We are just staying as if life is normal, but it's not. So, Madam Speaker, I'm calling upon our government, calling upon ourselves to ensure that we have empowerment for our people. If our people are not empowered, then we are not doing much. Even if you put the rightful infrastructure with people who are not empowered, Madam Speaker, I think you'll not be doing service to our people. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is on this issue of village polytechnics and such. I think those are areas where we should increase our monies so that we can even benefit from the foreign government agendas, the agenda on housing, where we can now put our people to go and do the housing and work there because the white-collar jobs are not there, and we can support our people by training them to join the informal sector. So, Madam Speaker, without taking much of the House's time, Madam Speaker, I stop there and say that I support this report, but further to this, every quarterly, the sectoral committees should ensure that they bring reports to this House so that we may see who is working and who is not working. So that in the first quarter, somebody reporting 0 reports here has not consumed any money. We do a supplementary, Madam Speaker, and we channel that money to where else our people can benefit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mutinda. Honorable Majority Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Tarik Mulata Mwema, elected by the people of Masinga Central. Madam Speaker, mine will be very simple. I think, Madam Speaker, what we have been doing is exactly what we are doing. Write very good reports in this House, which sounds very well, practical reports, but no implementation. Madam Speaker, as much as we want to blame the executive, I also want to blame our chairs, especially implementation. We should be seeing reports here. We should be making a lot of reports about pending projects and all that. And we have a committee of the whole House, Madam Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, some of the chairs in this House, they will be scared that if they make too much reports about the executive, their words are left out down there. I think it's high time for us to gang up. Even the lions, once they are in the jungle and one of the lions happens to go alone, they will never get food. But once they gang, buffalo will fall down anytime and they will have food. I think we should be brothers and sisters keepers. If we see one department, especially the implementation committee, because we know what will happen. Once that committee will go to Masi. I live in Masinga, and I always pass through the famous stadium, and I see what is happening there. I always go to other places. The people who drive along Garissa Road, they see the projects which are pending there. I know if this committee goes there, the chair of that committee, you'll never see a grander in his ward. So it is very good once they go there, they identify the projects, they come back, we see how much money is here, then we sit down as a whole House so that they won't say Tariq is the one who is unclothing our government. It should be the process of the whole House. If we gang, we will win. If we let one person and start blaming one person, you say, Honorable Meta for Agriculture, there is no vaccination, there is no this. Let him bring the report here. Let it come in the floor of the House. We call, Madam Speaker, you have the powers to commit it in any committee you feel like. There is committee of the whole.
then we will call anybody here. We are going to question them so that we can also protect interest of our members, because we are remaining with only 2 years. And now I am telling you, Madam Speaker, and this honorable House, nobody is willing now to mess up with the executive because they want that grander to at least to be seen doing something. So it is good to man this executive through the committee of the whole, Madam Speaker. And I'm very serious about this. And honorable members, they know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Whip. I'd actually asked, said I will have Honorable Francis Kideka, Honorable Kideka, and then Honorable Mulatia, because Honorable Kideka in the morning did not contribute. I appreciate protocol. Pardon? No, Honorable Kideka is supposed to be on his feet, and then there is Honorable Kitengu, and I'm looking at a protocol. You understand? Yes. But all of you will have a word. We will have the opportunity. So Honorable Francis Kideka, because I asked him to do it. Then Honorable Kitengu, and I'll come to this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Francis Kioko, representing the people of Kilimani Ward. Mine is not much, but what I want to say is I appreciate the report that has been given by the Chairman Budget. And I think, to the best of my knowledge, is the third one from when we came here. And every time we have been receiving these reports, we are very eager, very much eager to see whether the said ceilings will be followed. I remember very well one of the departments of this county spent almost 4.5 billion, and nothing was done up to now. There's a report which is lying somewhere. A certain department used 4.5 billion, one department, against the set ceilings, and now we are setting another one. What is the importance of it if we cannot even first know and show the cause why we are putting the ceilings? Again, Madam Speaker, strategic management stipulates by picking, stipulates very well. It says, if you want to apply strategic management, you need to be very specific. I want to echo the sentiments of Honorable Kisila, what he has said. You look at this report today, we have several goals, like 7, in each and every department. And the only billions we have, we need to achieve, Madam Speaker, to spend is 3.7 billion, according to the chairman today. So we are setting the ceilings, we are applying so many goals, and the strategies to arrive to them, they are not there. The money to be spent is 3.7. The goals per each department are 7. In distribution, if you look at how we shall distribute that money and achieve what we want, Madam Speaker, we are about to fail. So it is my request to the government of the day, and more so the departments, to pick not more, only 2 goals which are achievable. And be sure that we will not have pending bills which has affected our development today, because this year we have not done anything, actually. We have done minors, because we've been told the money which was made for development will pay pending bills. So if we continue like this one, like this way, the way of putting so many goals with minimum amount of money to spend, then it will be like we'll be calling for more pending bills. And we are here today. And we are about to pass it and say, okay, go continue. Have the pending bills, and then next year we will be told again there is no development because we still have pending bills for last financial year.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Point of information from Honorable Cosmas Masesi.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm just informing the member that even if we were to pay the whole pending bill of 1 billion, Madam Speaker, we still will have some amounts for development. So the issue of the pending bills, Madam Speaker, should not come up as an excuse of us not doing development. Because even if we pay the whole amounts of 1 billion, Madam Speaker, there is still a surplus of around 2 billion shillings to do development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't know whether I got the Honorable Kitheka wrong, which I hope I did not. I thought he was saying that as long as we are not doing development, all right, and we have pending bills, then we are getting nowhere.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member said that
It's
we
not
have...
against the payment of pending bills, or
Yes.
are you, maybe?
Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that Honourable Member said that we are told we have not done development because the money for development has
Is
paid...
used to pay pending bills.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And now my position
Your argument
is...
is that pending bills is lesser than the development
Yes,
money.
yes,
which
yes,
we
Madam
have.
Speaker, yes.
So we can pay pending bills and still do development.
Sure, that's my
I think
point.
we're in agreement on that one. And Honorable Kitheka, possibly, you can tell us whether that is the same thing you're saying.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That were the sentiments of the Deputy Governor when we met at the Youth Center. We knew very well our budget, and we knew very well the amount of pending bills which were present at that time.
Then in that case, Honorable Cosmas is saying the same thing which you're saying.
Yes.
So we can move on to another point.
Okay, thank you. So what we need to change is how we plan, because this paper of today is for planning purpose. What we need to change is how many goals we need to do per department. We need to tell our counterpart, the executive, that we cannot bear all this because the amount to spend is minimal. That is what I'm saying, Madam Speaker. Again, the implementation of each and every budget which comes to this house, I don't know where it changes. We even itemize. At one time, we itemized everything, and we were expecting to do much. But up to now, we have only the 10 million project that we can show in our wards. That is what we have. Until now, that is the much we have. And the time remaining for this term, for our term, is only 2 years. So we are expecting to spend this budget and another one.
It's just 1 year.
1 year.
Because come mid-2021, you start politicking. You start going out to the field. Maybe we'll even have problem of quorum here. You're trying to look for votes there.
Yes, and this financial year is only 2 months to the end. So it is a wake-up call to each and every person. When we were so strict about telling them, let's follow the budget, we were told we are fighting the government. I'm not fighting anyone, but I'm saying whatever we say here and whatever we pass here, let it be implemented. And if it is implemented, no one will go. I don't have any war with anyone because somebody sent me here. I'm like Jesus. I was sent here by people. The same way Jesus was sent by God. So the information, I can't change it. How can I change and have my words to start fighting somebody? So, Madam Speaker, what we need to be serious with is to call. We have not even called anyone like a CEC and ask him about what he has achieved, the money we have given him. We have not even stopped one of them and told him, no, we will not give you money because you have not even showed what you have done with the money we have given you. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, but we have limited time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kitheka. Honorable Kitengu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Again, my name is Honorable Kitengu, MCA Kiva Ward, Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, I would like to start on CFC, CFSP, resource envelope. Honorable Speaker, this is that document we are about to pass in this assembly since we were elected 2017, because I remember we sat for the same document on, for the financial year 2018, 2019. Again, we did the same on 2019, 2020, and now we are at 2020, 2021. Honorable Speaker, after this document is always accompanied by the budget, whereby it doesn't vary for more than 5-10% of the estimated CFSP. Honorable Speaker, I'll start with the assembly. The same way executive doing their business, the same way this assembly is also running their business. And I don't know what happened when it becomes to implementation of projects. I remember when we joined, we also found that the assembly also ended up progress that on how they are going to implement the development in the assembly. And I think we have been carrying forward the budget, the development money, because when we come, there was the budget of the pool cars, there was the budget of chamber, the members we have who represent the PWDs cannot even go to your office because there's no lift, because all these things have not been implemented. We also have the ward offices. The ward offices, there's no honorable member who is using their own constructive ward offices, the one we already gave out the money. And Honorable Speaker, we are also here probably also accusing the executive instead of giving out an example. I'm not saying that the executive is they're doing the best. No. We have given 2 budgets previously. And Honorable Speaker, if I look at the 10 million projects, the one we passed and we are given by the governor, that becomes to 400 million. And if the development budget is 4 billion, then that's very slight percentage. But the 10 million projects gave me, as a Kiva ward representative, an impact whereby my people could feel that we are doing something, and yet it's not the whole budget. So what I'm asking the honorable members is that as per the department, we have more than 9 departments, whereby we have roads, agriculture, health, and we also have committees representing same departments. And we are about now to sit down, interrogate the CEC, chief officers, on their budget, yet 2019-2020 budget has not been implemented. We have not received the 15 million projects, which we agreed in this house. And now we have 2 months to close of this year's financial year. And we cannot be able to implement this. We have to carry forward the monies which we were to do the 15 million projects. And the budget was not for 15 million projects. The budget was over 4 billion, whereby we requested our own project as assembly and we agreed that we'll be given 15 million. We go and allocate, I will do this project and that, but not yet. Who is failing in his duty? Is it the leadership? Is it this honorable house? Because I remember 10 million projects, we sat down with the executive, we all agreed, and I think 60 to 70% has already been implemented. Because on my ward, what I cannot count for 10 million projects is just 1.2 toilet project, which is started, but I think the contractor disappeared, and I'm still following. But what about our 15 million project before we sit down to talk about another budget for 2020, 2021? Because for me to give you more money, you need to account what I gave you. before I had you more money. And that's why when we were also being given pocket money in our schools, we could first utilize the money, and you will also explain to the parent, I use this money on this and this, before you get more. So, honorable chairs, the chairs of, I don't chair any department, I don't chair any committee, but before you issue any more money, can you get accountability of the money we gave out for the last financial budget? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kitengu. You have representatives in the CASIB. I'm just talking of implementation for the assembly projects. Yes, we have said we will all wake up, won't we? So that implementation is everywhere. Where you pass a budget, there must be implementation. For the ward offices, I know a number of you members, you know very well that you are to get land. Bring the land, and the building was to be started by the CASIB. And there have been projects that are about almost 22. We have been giving the capital projects reports, Honorable Mutiso and Honorable Caleb, who sit in CASIB. So the ward offices have been constructed, and a number of them also are in the process of awarding of contracts. That is something we can pat ourselves on the shoulders. And I know the lift is also done. Honorable members, if you are not aware, it's waiting commissioning. Commissioning is handing over by the tenderer. It could not be done in the situation we are in. COVID kept us away. You know also about the chamber construction. It is in tendering. And as a matter of fact, one of the people who had tendered even sued the assembly because of the tendering process, saying that they were not being awarded and they had won. So when it is gone to court, you cannot award. But at least the judgment has been given. And if the process is not stopped again, there's going to be awarding because there is a judgment and the way is cleared. But remember, there is tendering process, which you cannot interfere with. And you same members in 2018 stopped the project, said you don't want it. So honorable members, let us agree that we are going to do the right thing, starting with ourselves here, isn't it? Implementation is the key word. You start here and you go out where you're supposed to oversee the development. You make sure that it is implemented. And I like the spirit of today. Is it because COVID virus has made you awake or something? If that is the case, then it's a positive thing in that regard, so that you know you have a duty to execute and you must execute it. And I appreciate that. Honorable Kitengu. Honorable Kamitu, Minority Leader, Honorable Ndawa, Honorable, yes, Ikusia hasn't said anything today. Honorable Ikusia will come for another round. So in that number, Honorable Minority Leader.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
Yes, please.
Honorable
Point of order. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm not trying to cut off the members, but I'm just scared for myself and
because
Honorable
of
Phoebe.
the curfew, because of the
we have
rains,
like
because of
120
many things. So, honorable members, can we agree now that the minority leader is on his feet? Half a minute for minority leader, 1 minute, and the other members half a minute. Just those three. I think we are saying the same thing. Exactly. Are we not? Yeah. So, honorable minority leader, honorable Ikusia, honorable Johanna, and then let's wind up. Yes.
Agreed, Madam Speaker. Once again, Madam Speaker, I'm Alex Kamitu, MCA Talaward and leader of minority in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, I've gone through this paper as our chair for budget was going through. One, I would like to applaud the chair and his committee. And Madam Speaker, as what we have said is like we are repeating ourselves. And Madam Speaker, the importance of this paper, as I said, is that this is a paper which gives us policies. It is a budgetary paper that has been brought into this house by the budget committee. And Madam Speaker, is a policy, because this is a strategy paper that articulates the priorities. It gives us the pen picture of the budget allocation, of the allocation money that we get from the national government, money that we collect, revenues that we collect within the county government. And Madam Speaker, this paper, as I said, it is a very good paper with all the objectives. And it goes to say, Madam Speaker, that after the budgetary strategy paper has been laid into this house, this is the committee that gives us the guidelines of how we are going to make use of the budgetary allocation in every department. And as I said, Madam Speaker, it is very well articulated that after devolution, the county governments were given departments. Now then, Madam Speaker, my question is, what are we supposed to do? Us as an assembly, we normally receive the policies, priorities from the executive. Us as a house, practically we are supposed to approve what comes from there. We are collaborating. So my question and my contribution, Madam Speaker, goes to the various committees that we have. Because every committee relates to the county departments. So what are we saying, Madam Speaker? Having been given the budgetary policy by the Committee of Budget, every committee has its own mandate, Madam Speaker. Even before we come to implementation, what is the mandate of every committee, Madam Speaker? Now, this is where we are saying, and I agree with members, it is now the work of the honorable members of every respective committee to go through their priorities, because every department has got its own priorities, Madam Speaker. So what should be our way forward? It is that every committee should be giving this house a quarterly report. And if they are not satisfied with that quarterly report, that is when we are saying the committees are supposed to interrogate the CZs and their chief officers in every department, so that if there is any shortfall, or if we are running short of time, because every year the government, financial year, Madam Speaker, everybody is aware that we have a time frame. So that what are we saying? Every quarterly interrogation should give us a way forward. That is, by prioritizing the priorities, or in regard to development, what is your priority in every department? So the ball or the blame goes to who? To us as members of the assembly, because we have got the various committees that are supposed to be following these budgetary policies that we have been given. In relationship, Madam Speaker, to the ADPs, that is our annual development plan, which is derived from the county integrated development plan. They go together. So, Madam Speaker, my appeal is, honorable committees, let's work. Let's follow the procedures. Let's interrogate. And where you see there is a shortfall, we summon the department, head of every department. If the agriculture are doing well, fine. If it is the transport department that is
Point
not
of order, Madam
failing,
Speaker.
Madam
Point of
Speaker.
order, Honorable Minority Leader. Point of order or point of... Okay, go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm surprised when my colleagues address matters as if they don't belong to those committees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. If I got what Honorable Kamitu was saying, there are two things he has said. About implementation, actually, is what he has dwelled mostly on. But here we have the CFSP that we are supposed to be debating and passing. But I think almost all of us are in agreement that we need to prioritize the objectives, because the money is so little and our needs are so many. So that is what strategic planning is all about. And I think we are in agreement on that, isn't it? Honorable Minority Leader, you had finished?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, just to finish, is that, my last point was we should also go, because, Madam Speaker, when we do a budgetary, we might do a budgetary, let's say in the county for about 10 billion. And we are given about 7 billion by the national government. Another example is that our intention to collect revenue in the county, we may budget for about 2 billion and we collect about 1 billion. So we are going to be dictated by what we have against our objectives. That is exactly what we should go. But my emphasis is that before we come to the implementation part of this, the various committees, I don't want to repeat myself, the various committees with their chairs. And if you are a member of a certain committee and you find that chair or the committee is not working well, fine, we can change. And again, Madam Speaker, I would also appeal. For example, we have the Committee for Environment. It is under the land, it is under sanitation, it's a bigger committee. So in regard to the commitment of the House, it should be split into 2 committees. That is my observation. Otherwise, thank you, Madam Speaker. We should now pull up our socks and work for the betterment of the Machakos County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Ikusia, and then Honorable Johanna. And Honorable Dominic, please get ready to reply. The mover of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Ikusia Kaloki, representing the people of Kangundo West Ward, and also a member of the Budget Committee. Madam Speaker, I want to start by supporting the report that is on the table. I think the committee did a good job. I also want to observe the committee from some of the blames from some of our members, like the ones from Honorable Kisila. I think we did.
Honorable Ikusia, Honorable Kisila was not blaming anyone. He was making his contribution. So just go ahead and submit. Go ahead and submit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard you. Madam Speaker, I want to say that this document is not about coming up with too many priorities, too many projects which are not funded by the government. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the onus is on us, and you have said it time and again. It's about implementation. It's about oversight. As a team of honorable members, we have somehow failed. I want to say this, Madam Speaker. Both the Budget Committee and the Implementation Committee have a role to play. As we had, there's a time we discussed in the Budget Committee and agreed that we need to come up with a program, a plan on how to carry out periodic monitoring and evaluation exercises to see where we are as a committee, where we are as a government, what we had given to the executive, whether it has been followed to the latter. Madam Speaker, a strategy paper, a strategy plan is about, it's a document that guides us from where we are and where we intend to go within the next 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. It's about the activities and the, it's about the objectives and the activities, and also the budget to support those activities. It's the high time as an assembly we need to come together and engage the executive. It's the high time all the committees needs to engage. They must learn how to engage periodically with the specific departmental committees and ask them. We gave you so much money for these 1 or 2 projects. What have you done? Was the money adequate? Was it enough? If it was not enough, can we slash? We've had, Madam Speaker, several cases from several departments. Every time they come here, they tell us, oh, you gave us this money, but it was slashed. But at what point was it slashed? Especially the Department of Education. And that's why we are having issues and serious cases of ECD classes not completed on time, the contractors not paid, and also we have also had cases of contractors or suppliers abandoning some of these projects. Madam Speaker, we need to wake up as a team and engage each and every department without blame games. We are not blaming anyone. We are not blaming the executive, but we must get our work done. We only have, you said early in the morning that we have about 24 months, but we only have 12 months for working for our electorate.
I reduced to 12 months.
Yes, I said, yeah, that's what I've just said, that you reduced to 12 months for working for our electorates. So his high time, honorable members, we engage the executive. It's high time each and every committee should wake up and engage the relevant departments to see to it that all the projects are implemented to the latter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ikusi. Honorable Johanna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Johanna Munyao, representing the people of Mutituni Ngalani Ward. Madam Speaker, I think I stand to support this report from the Budget Committee. I have seen they have been able to dismantle and assemble a few issues in the report. I have seen there has been decentralization of some funds, especially from public service. Recurrent was given at 5 billion, which was said to include salaries for all the departments, which committee recommended a reduction to 746,782,721 from 5 billion. Then when you go to the other departments, you realize the recurrent is being reviewed upwards, meaning I want to imagine it is whatever has been reduced from that department which has been spread across the other departments to cater for salaries and all that. I want to imagine that is what was done. Then in the general recommendations, the committee recommends that the executive maintains wage bill of 35%, down from 49%, which was proposed by the executive. During the realignment, where we are reducing and spreading, it is just food for thought. I want to imagine that the committee was tallying such amounts to equal to the 35% which they are recommending as part of their general recommendations. Madam Speaker, I want to echo the sentiments of the other members that when you go to the field, you will not hear of members of, or rather our electorate, questioning why a drift, why a borehole is not working. They are not really questioning the executive. It is you hear of phone calls to the media houses that our MCA, we elected an MCA here who is doing a lot of nothing because they are ignorant of what the Constitution talks about. We are not supposed to be implementing. And I want to believe that because we have all seen or participated in either the marathon run or the long distance runs, that there is what we call the last kick. Long distance runners amass some energy to finish in style. We are left with 1 year, and I am sure we are prepared to finish in style. Madam Speaker, I have worked in institutions which believed in performance contracting and appraisals. I have been appraised, I have appraised officers, and I remember at times I used to tell them, and that reminds me of the popular handshake, that during the appraisal, as we laugh together, I am going to give you what you deserve. We don't need to quarrel. I need to give you what you deserve. We need to share. I tell you, you are not performing with evidence. We don't have to quarrel. So I want to ask the House, because each one of us knows that electorate knows that you are working for the executive. You are the only person who knows you are oversighting or legislating. We must work as if we are working for the executive, just to fit the desires of our electorate. So we should be ready to engage the executive, not in fight, but in realities of issues, because we must gather our finishing kick. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Johanna. Honorable Dominic Ndabuki, the mover of the motion, to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to appreciate the passionate contributions from the Assembly, from all the members who are passionate about county fiscal strategy paper and the entire budgeting process. Honorable Speaker, I want to also thank Budget Committee for giving it all in terms of energy in preparing this report. Madam Speaker, as it has been said by contributors of this motion, that a lot needs to be done, and I want to challenge each and every member that we need to be proactive and engage CEOs and CECs every other time so that we can keep them on checks, especially on issues to do with recurrent expenditure. Madam Speaker, what the Budget Committee did once we received this report was to dissect the report, and we noted that what executive had done is to lump up all salaries under the Department of Public Service, Labor and ICT. We used the last audited budget reports to come up with salary proposals that we have put and apportioned to each department. Honorable Speaker, projects that members proposed under ADP and CFSP are what has formed the basis for the report that we have put together. The ceilings are broad, and they're expected now to inform the county spending on the budget proposals. Madam Speaker, it is very important that as a House we observe time limits. Today, if it's anything to go by, is when we expect the executive to bring budget proposals for fiscal year 2020-2021 to the Assembly. If we do not agree on what to do today with county fiscal strategy paper, we shall injure the time frames for the budget proposals. And that means the executive might bring budget proposals to us that do not conform to the ceilings that we have agreed as an Assembly. Therefore, it is my prayer to the House that we agree with the report that the Budget Committee has presented today and pass it, and agree that as we move forward, we are going to engage our CEOs and CECs beforehand so that we can have an agreement on the ceilings. Madam Speaker, we can even invite them in our committees so that before they prepare the CFSP, we at least share with them our thoughts, and we also get to pick their thoughts and have a document that we can all agree. Madam Speaker, it's also my prayer that the executive is going to bring before the Assembly a supplementary budget that will enable us redistribute monies that have not been appropriated to other areas that need priority. Now that the COVID-19 pandemic has tried to change the way that we're operating and has brought new normals that we need to keep abreast with. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish the House a pleasant evening. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay. Honorable members, I believe you have ears. You have heard the reply of the mover of the motion. And now I want to put the question that this House discusses and approves the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the County Fiscal Strategy Paper 2020. As many as of the opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it, honorable members. Just a very brief remark, honorable members. I was just crossing my fingers because I didn't want to appear to influence your voting. I am not supposed to, other than advising you. I was praying that you pass the document because in the morning you noted that the executive sought an extension to present the budget estimates for the 2020-2021 financial year because they did not have the CFSP, which you have just passed. That means that the issues that are raised on this floor of prioritization are very important, even as you have passed. And I liked the moving reply of the chair budget that pass it and then now engage the respective departments on prioritization and implementation. So you are on the right footing. And the last leap, is it a leap or lap? The one that Honorable Johanna gave in his usual manner of talking in Proverbs. You can only make that last leap to win the crown if you have implementation of the plans you passed today against the budget that you're going to pass soon. So I extended the period for the budget estimates to be presented in 15 days. We hope that they will come. Because remember, by end of 30th June, we must have passed that budget and also the Appropriation Act, even with the situation of Corona. And that is why today we had to sit in the special manner that you're seeing. So thank you very much, honorable members, because you transacted the business which was for today, which was urgent. And I just want to say that we will have more sittings like this to transact urgent business. Firstly, to address the coronavirus disease. And secondly, business which cannot wait. Because it may be business that doesn't have to do anything to do with the coronavirus, but it cannot wait because of the timelines that you're given by the law. So what is going to happen is we will have a second sitting of this nature on the 5th of May, 2020. Again, you will only be 26 of you, and you're going to rotate. Remember, your colleagues are sitting and just watching on the YouTube, watching you. And today, I must commend you. You are so vibrant, and you are really, even in the face of coronavirus, you are so vibrant, and the electorate that elected you definitely is getting hope that their leaders are there and strong, even with COVID-19. So you give them hope, but let the hope translate into action on the ground so that it is not empty hope. So thank you so much for conducting yourself in a very vibrant manner today and passing very important business. And I pray that going forward, the coronavirus disease has given us a new rebirth as an assembly, that we are going to do things differently because we have been taught a lot by this disease, that when you are given an opportunity and leadership position, make the best out of it and let action be seen from your sitting on these seats for the benefit of your people. The other thing I want to communicate, honorable members, is that the committees that have been meeting online, and again I commend you for that, because this business is coming out of online transactions. I want to urge the members, those who have reports pending still online, finalize them. We have 4 of them already with the clerk, and they will form part of the business for next week. They are urgent matters. And we are also waiting for other urgent matters from the executive. I keep on telling them that anytime they're ready with the Emergency Act to address emergencies of the corona, with a supplementary budget, with anything they want, I will call you members, even on very short notice, to come and transact that business as an assembly. You cannot do plenary business online, all right? But you can do committee business online. So let us continue with the committee business online, and then we'll be calling you for plenary as and when necessary, starting today and going forward. And then finally, honorable members, as you walk out, you will be given some small parcel that has some masks, and this is for your use, because we know you are also interacting with the public and sensitizing them. So make sure you take care of yourselves. For the public, we don't have as yet any which you can distribute to them. The few ones you're getting now have been bought from the little budget of the assembly. We are still moving on and seeking donors to give more equipment, masks, sanitizers, and so on. And if we get them, you'll be notified so that you can give your people. The executive was supposed to be procuring some, but mostly they are giving opportunity, first chance to the medical officers, the people who are coming into contact with the sick people, because the money is not there. But the minute we get donations, and we are asking for many, you'll be notified so that you can also be there when they are being distributed by you and other collaborators to the public. The assembly is trying also to get some few sanitizers for your use again. Once they are available, you'll be notified as well. So honorable members, with that, the sitting of the assembly is adjourned, and it is going to resume on the 5th day of May 2020 at 10 a.m. Those who are going to attend, the members who are going to attend that the sitting will be notified accordingly. Have a blessed evening.